An additional $93 million to boost COVID assistance throughout the world, bring the State Department and USAID's assistance total to more than $1.3 billion, across more than 120 countries. Tomorrow, interagency leaders will convene the private sector counterparts as part of our program called Asia Edge, or Enhancing Development Energy. Asia's energy demand is projected to increase by 60% in 2040. Through our revamped Development Finance Corporation to help pair up countries with American companies, the best partners for helping meet that need. Also tomorrow, Senior Advisor to the President Ivanka Trump, Ambassador John Richmond, and I will unveil the 2020 State Department Trafficking in Persons Report. Crushing human trafficking at home and abroad has been a high priority for President Trump and our administration. More tomorrow about how we will continue to do that. One last item. As the country begins to reopen, the department is getting our passport team back on the field. In the coming weeks, they will aggressively take cases that were put on hold because of the pandemic and provide fast and efficient service for Americans expect. Now happy to take some questions.
Hey, Raj. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, good to see you.
Mr. Secretary, the Iranian President Hassan Rouhani that Iran has no problem with talks, and I quote, only if the United States fulfills its obligations under the nuclear deal, compensates Tehran for its withdrawal from the 2015 deal. Your response, sir?
Yeah, I mean, that's not remotely serious. The United States has been clear about our goals. We ask the Islamic Republic Iran to behave like a normal nation. We're happy to engage in conversations with them when the time is right. But the conditions that suggest somehow we'd give a bunch of money to the Iranians so they can foment terror around the world is simply ludicrous. It's just not how this administration behaves.
Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for doing this.
Good morning.
First, Sudanese foreign minister is saying that the country is nearing a deal with the U.S. Regarding the compensation for the families at the embassies bombing. Is this accurate? Are you close to a deal? On Libya, are you willing to for a regional conflict in Turkey and Egypt specifically, and on Lebanon, the Lebanese are financially, economically, and politically, and there is no solution? How do you view that future?
So I'll take them in reverse order. On Lebanon, our policy is we are fully prepared to support a government that conducts real reforms and operates in a way that is not when that comes, when the government demonstrates, whoever that is, demonstrates their willingness and that, I think not only the United States, but the whole world will move in to assist the Lebanese government get its economy back on its feet. We're prepared to do that. It's the right thing for the Lebanese people. It's what the protests that are taking place, not only in Beirut, but all around Lebanon, are asking for. Real reform, real change, a fundamental shift away from Hezbollah as the governing power inside of Lebanon. Second, for Libya. We've worked closely with our European partners to try and get these. I was in Berlin now several months back. The mission set remains the same, to get the fighting to stop, to reduce the number of arms flowing there from any place, whether that's from the Turks, from the Russians, from anyone, to reduce the footprint of the military conflict, and then to find a political solution to resolve, to get a stable, peaceful situation in Tripoli and in Libya more broadly. We're still hopeful that we can get all of those who have an interest there to the table to have these discussions. Resolution. Your first question was about Sudan. Prime Minister just a couple of hours ago. We're working very closely with them solutions so that we can get the right outcome for their new leadership and for the Sudanese people. I don't have any details that I can share with you. My team on the ground there is working very closely with the Sudanese leadership to try and get a really good outcome, and I'm hopeful that that will be forthcoming in the weeks ahead.
Yeah, back to Iran. You put the threat on the table again of this unilateral snapback of sanctions.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean you don't have the support in the UN for an extended embargo that we wish to have?
Well, I don't know. By the way, it's not a threat. What I've made clear is U.S. policy. It is unacceptable. It's unacceptable for the Europeans to have equipment inside of Iran, move into Iran, that can threaten the people of Europe. Right? People from Belgium to Denmark are a threat because of the expiration of an arms embargo on the world's largest state sponsor of terror. I'm hopeful that the whole world will accept the proposition that this arms embargo needs to be extended. They'll be an arms merchant too. Not only will they purchase high-end weapon systems from Russia and China, but they'll sell their weapon systems all across the world too. This is a rogue regime. They shouldn't have the capacity to do that, and I am very hopeful that when we come to the point when this decision must be made, that they come to the same understanding that the United States has, that this is dangerous for the world for this to have expired.
Can I have a follow-up on this?
Sure, go ahead.
You said you don't know. Does it mean you don't know you have enough support in the UN, or does it mean you don't know how the Europeans and the Russians and the Chinese will act?
We are out working diligently to make sure everybody understands that with the arms embargo expiring, this is really dangerous for the whole world, for the region. The Gulf states know there's tremendous support for what it is we're trying to do. I think all but a couple of nations understand that this should not expire, and there's going to be a discussion about how it is that we extend it.
Myra, last question.
Hello, Mr.
Hi.
Secretary. Hi. Israel may be annexing parts of West Bank and Jordan Valley in a week. Said annexation could kill its peace treaty with Israel. Further to the U.S., Otaiba said it would end any hopes of normalizing relations with the Gulf and Arab states. How concerned are you about the potential ramifications of annexation? And do you favor an incremental approach or an immediate annexation of 30% as proposed in the White House peace plan? Are you trying to discourage or encourage European nations to keep the United States off a list of countries for travel ban? They said that they're not looking to open travel with U.S. when they reopen next month. And how can you argue that given the high rate of COVID here? Thank you.
So as for your second question, we've been working with countries all across the world, including our friends in Europe and the EU proper, to how it is we can best safely reopen international travel. It's important for the United States to get Europeans the capacity to travel back to the United States. It's important, very important for the Europeans to fully reconnect with the American economy as well. I think leaders all across those two places understand the importance. We've been working with them for quite some time on this. I am confident that we will find sufficient health and safety protections, sufficient travel, get the private sector. That's important in this too. We have to make sure that we have all of the elements in place to reopen travel between the EU and the United States. We're working on finding the right way to do that, the right timing to do it, the right tactics to have in place. We certainly don't want to reopen a play that jeopardizes the United States from people traveling here, and we certainly don't want to cause problems anyplace else. I'm very confident in the coming weeks we'll figure that out as between not only the United States and the EU, but the United States and other parts of the world too. The State Department, Department of Transportation, Homeland Security are all working to develop plans and methods by which we can begin to get global travel back in place. Your first question was about Israel. We unveiled a Middle East peace vision some number of months ago now and worked down that path. The decisions about Israeli and extending sovereignty of decisions for the Israelis to make. And we are talking to all of the countries in the region about how it is we can manage this process forward. Our end state objective is, I think, the objective that the Prime Minister has certainly acknowledged he wants, right? He wants our Middle East peace vision to be successful. All indicated that they are hopeful that we can put that in place. I regret only that the Palestinian Authority has refused to participate in that, right? They simply have rejected this out of hand. We simply ask that they come to the negotiating table based on what's outlined in the Vision for Peace, and they have chosen not to do that. They've chosen to threaten, to bluster, to deny the ability to do security properly. That's not good for the people. It's dangerous for the people that live in those places too. Well, it's for them to come together, for Israel and the Palestinian people to come to the table, to negotiate a path forward and to find a resolution to this decades-long challenge. I remain hopeful that in the coming weeks we can make real progress towards achieving that. Great. Thank you all very much. Have a good day.
If you guys can, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So we're going to mic that.
Thank you all. Thanks, Nathan.
Begins. So sorry, just give us a second.
Sorry. No worries. We're just fine.
I'll give it to the guy in the back.
I can.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
No, you're good. Thank you.
for all efforts to de-escalation. To help the Palestinian people with COVID-19, China has provided medical supplies such as testing kits, masks, and protective suits, and has recently sent a team of Chinese experts to Palestine to comprehensively share experience on containment, diagnostics, and therapeutics. China values the role of UNRWA. This year, China will donate $1 million to the agency, provide anti-epidemic supplies to UNRWA-affiliated medical institutions, and through it, PPEs to Palestinian refugees in Jordan and Syria. Going forward, China will continue to support and help Palestine to the best of its ability. Mr. President, the East is again at a crossroad between peace and turbulence. During the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, the Security Council should and must stand with peace and justice, with righteousness and conscience, and play its due role in bringing about a comprehensive, just, and enduring solution to the Palestinian question. I thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie le président de la Chine pour sa déclaration. Dans la parole au représentant de la République dominicaine.
We thank Special Coordinator Nikolai Mladenov for his briefing on the current situation in the region. We welcome the Secretary General and the Secretary General of Arab States, as well as the ministers that honor us with their presence. But allow me to take a brief moment to express our heartfelt condolences to the family of Sergeant Major Rama Wahyudi, the Indonesian official whose life was lost during the recent attack on MONUSCO, and condemn in the strongest terms such attack. We also wish a speedy recovery to the officer that was injured. Mr. President, we received with deep concern the latest details about the marked deterioration of the Israeli-Palestinian situation. The dangerous path Turkey is heading towards erodes the prospect of the achievement of any sustainable. And it has been well-warned unilateral international law systematically put forward by one of the parties, undermine the foundations to achieve such peace.
Reaches every inhabited continent. And this network not only plans on its own, it also continues to inspire individuals to commit attacks of their own devising. And as an example of that, I would refer you to the Easter Sunday attacks in Sri Lanka last year. A group of what ISIS-inspired terrorists are capable of doing. And so as ISIS evolves into a global network that lacks a physical so-called caliphate, it's important for the United partners to evolve as well in using a different set of tools to get at this challenge. Sometimes military force is the appropriate tool. We saw that in Syria and Iraq. But oftentimes in this new stage of the fight, we will be prioritizing law enforcement to prosecute terrorists for the crimes they've committed. Counterterrorism finance to cut off the flow of money to ISIS and its affiliates around the world. Counter-messaging so that we can delegitimize the radical ideologies to inspire the next generation of recruits. And border security measures to ensure that ISIS fighters are not able to enter the United States or cross international borders where they could wreak havoc. Thanks.
Can I ask you one question on China?
Yeah.
So the report points out the Chinese have put together these Uyghur detention camps, and it says that the goal that the United States assesses is that it's the repression of in these camps. How effective is it to have something like this written in the report, to have a stated policy goal of being opposed to detention camps, when there are reports that the president told President Xi that he could keep building these concentration camps?
Look, I'm not going to play the Washington, D.C. rumor mill game. The position of this administration has been clear from the get-go. Religious liberty is one of the most fundamental states historically, but of this administration. And we have done more than any profile of this issue. Ambassador Brownback has launched the International Religious Freedom Alliance. The Vice President has been outspoken on this issue. And religious freedom means religious freedom for all. For faithful Muslims in China who see their mosques demolished by the CCP. It means religious freedom for faithful Muslims in China who are rounded up and herded into camps for vocational training. Doctors and professionals don't need vocational training. Religious freedom is a core American value, and this administration is going to continue to advance that value, including in our relations with China.
Ken, go ahead. Ambassador Sales, the UN earlier this found that al-Qaeda in Afghanistan remained close to the Taliban. I don't see much mention of it here. Are you tracking any division between the two as per the U.S.-Taliban peace agreement? And then also the update on white extremism, white extremist terrorism. Are U.S. efforts able to combat that, or what needs to happen to check its rise?
Yeah, so let me take that second part first. We are concerned, and as we lay out in the report, remain concerned about a rise, what we call racially or ethnically motivated terrorism since 2015, which was when it really began to intensify. We're particularly white supremacist terrorism, and this administration is doing things that no previous administration to counter this threat. Earlier this year, we announced the designation of the Russian Imperial Movement, a St. Petersburg-based white supremacist terrorist group that has acts of terrorism in Scandinavia. This is the first time, it was a historical development because it was the first time the United States used its sanctions tools to confront the threat of white supremacist terrorism. Of course, our fight against white supremacist terrorism globally is not limited to sanctions. That's other tools that we've been using as well, including some countering violent extremism tools. Use former members of white supremacist organizations who have left the movement because they've realized the error of their ways. These people are incredibly powerful spokespeople as we seek to connect them with vulnerable populations and dissuade those vulnerable down a dead-end path. We're using the full suite of counterterrorism tools that we use against Islamist terrorists like al-Qaeda and ISIS. Speaking of which, about al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, we've been very clear with the American people and with the Taliban. We expect certain conditions to be met of our negotiations. We have honored our commitments with respect to troop presence in Afghanistan thus far, and we expect the Taliban to honor their commitments to make a clean break from all. Our end state in Afghanistan is that it can never again be a forum for terrorist activity that threatens the U.S. homeland, that threatens our people abroad or interests.
Saeed?
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Ambassador. Sir, do you think that extradition by an occupying force should be considered as a form of state terrorism? The reason I ask you is because yesterday the Israelis killed a young relative of mine, 27 years old, for doing nothing. Such an incident be accounted or quantified, and how should it be investigated? Thank you.
So I'm very sorry to hear about the loss. Now, for the first time, I'm not in a position to comment on how to characterize a particular incident. I can tell you that it is appropriate and necessary for nations to use force in appropriate circumstances to defend themselves against terrorist threats. Another, and that is when using military force, all nations must comply with the law of armed to ensure that force is only directed at actual combatants, actual threats, and not all those two related principles apply in a given case. I can't answer that in the abstract, but the U.S. position on the use of force and the need to comply with the law of armed conflict has been clear for decades.
Robert, go ahead.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. So the State Department issued its determination about Hong Kong in pursuant to the Hong Kong Policy Act and the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act. And the determination was that Hong Kong was not sufficiently to enjoy differential treatment with respect to how the State Department treats China. At what point do we see what action will be taken in line with that determination? And a follow-up question is, our understanding is that there is also supposed to be a separate report on Hong Kong's export controls, and so we're wondering when we might see that report. Thank you.
On the second, I don't have anything to share with you on that. Follow up with us offline. I'm sure we can connect you with the right people who are tracking that. Hong Kong has been a bastion of liberty, and Hong Kong's prosperity is intimately connected to its status as a beacon. Our policy has been clear, and our expectations with the Chinese Communist Party. China made certain commitments to the UK. It made certain commitments to the world in connection with the Sino-British Declaration. We expect China to honor its word and allow the people of Hong Kong to continue the liberties and therefore the prosperity that have made Hong Kong the envy of that part of the world and indeed the rest of the world.
Carol, and then we'll get Nick. I think there's good to that.
Ambassador, some of the white supremacist groups that you identify. Your mandate focusing was overseas, so there be some sort of change, so that there have to be really international groups that extend into the United States.
So we have a seamless partnership with other agencies that have responsibility for the domestic side of the house. Our authorities at the State Department and at the water's edge, and we are aggressively using our authorities to target foreign individuals, regardless of ideology, that threaten and threaten American interests. When it comes to investigations or activity here in the United States, to DHS, the Justice Department, and the FBI, all of whose leadership have made it a top priority to address this rising threat of white supremacist terrorism or other forms of violence. This is a priority that this administration has put at the top of the queue. As I said, in 2015, but it took several years. It took this administration coming into power to really prioritize stepping up efforts against this threat here, in the case of the FBI and DHS, but also abroad, where this department comes into play.
Nick, go ahead.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thanks, Morgan. Can I go back to Afghanistan and then one quick one on Syria and Iraq? To Kim's particular question, have you relations between Al-Qaeda and the Taliban as part of this? And on Syria and Iraq, you mentioned that there are places where you're working on law enforcement with ISIS and, of course, with the military. Does the report detail how ISIS took advantage of some political vacuums in Iraq and some of the protests in order to expand? And how is the U.S. countering that, mostly with the military, but if you could expand on it.
Sure. On Afghanistan, I can't comment on matters, but our position is not a secret. It's not a secret to you or the American people, secret to the Taliban. We expect the Taliban to live up to the commitments they have made. A break from any terrorist organization that operates in Afghanistan that could threaten the United States. We'll be monitoring very closely to ensure that the Taliban does in fact live up to its commitments and its obligations. With respect to ISIS, we've, as I said, destroyed the caliphate, as the Secretary said, destroyed it in its entirety. But the ISIS threat still remains. Very mindful of the need to keep up the pressure. I've talked about ISIS networks around the world. It is true with respect to those networks, but we also have to keep our eye on the ball in Iraq, in Syria, to prevent ISIS remnants from reconstituting, to prevent them from continuing attacks. And so we work with forces on the ground, we work with the de-ISIS coalition, we work with the Iraqi government to make sure a full suite of national tools of power to get at that threat.
Quickly, Arash.
Mr. Ambassador, research on the report that you just released, and I noticed that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been mentioned 9 times in your report. Is it fair to say that the Islamic Republic of Iran poses the biggest threat when it comes to terrorist activity around the world to the United States? And in part of that report, it talks about the connection between Iran and Al-Qaeda operatives. What evidence do you have to show that Iran is helping Al-Qaeda operatives?
Thanks for the question. It's difficult to rank order the terrorist threats that we face. We have to take them all seriously, and we do take them all seriously, whether it's ISIS or Al-Qaeda or whether it's A particular concern when it comes to Iran is the fact that it is a state and it has the resources of a state. And when you introduce the concept of state sponsorship, the additional resources, the additional capabilities that an SST like Iran can bring is a severe concern. And we're seeing the results of that all around the world. Last year we saw, or the year before, we saw a series of Iranian plots to commit assassinations in the heart of Western Europe. We see Iran bankrolling terrorists in the Middle East, to include Hezbollah, Shia militia groups in Iraq that are responsible for attacks on American personnel there, diplomats and soldiers alike, and that are also involved last year in ruthlessly suppressing peaceful political protests in Iraq. 109 times. I'm surprised it wasn't 110. Scope of Iranian terrorist malignity around the world. There was another.
But the link is between Al Qaeda and Iran.
Right, and so when you fingerprints on so many different terrorist groups around the world, it shouldn't come as a surprise that Iran would also have connections to Al Qaeda. I can't comment on intelligence matters, but what we have said publicly in the past is that after 9/11, I comply with its obligations to take into custody and extradite for prosecution Al Qaeda operatives who were linked to the attacks. More recently, we have said publicly that Iran has operatives freedom of movement within Iran to enable the movement of fighters into conflict zones in neighboring countries. If Iran wants to rejoin the community of responsible nations, here's a start. Crack down on the terrorists that caused 9/11, crack down on these that foment violence around the world.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks everybody. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan.
Sure.
Government needs to do both. And the nation's largest broadband providers came together and assessed how accurate our data was. What they found was that 38% of the homes and businesses that our data service today do not. That's an error rate 2 in 5.
Okay,
but despite that, we're going to hand out billions of dollars based on that data.
Though, to the RDOF areas, we know they're underserved, don't
But
we?
here's the problem. The bulk of Americans without service today are on the outskirts of suburbs, on the outskirts of exurban America. And our maps say those people have service when they do not. And the problem is,
Are they subject to the RDOF?
1 week before this election, we are poised to give out $16 billion. We know are wrong. That's 80% of the funds for the next 10 years we have.
Potential imposition.
To me, I don't think we have any.
Two-tiered system of political, social, and economic rights based on ethnicity. Not only will it further issues related to the occupation, such as movement and access restrictions, basic service delivery, and land property, but it will also further affect communities that are already among the most vulnerable in the Palestinian population, leading to an increased coercive environment that would further fuel instability. Furthermore, annexation would deliver a devastating blow to the viability of a Palestinian state and a two-state solution, and would close the door for future negotiations. We therefore strongly urge Israel to refrain from any unilateral decision that would lead to the annexation of any parts of occupied territory. We also call on the international community, those states with influence, to exert all efforts to take such steps. Mr. President, the intention of the Israeli government to annex parts of the occupied West Bank has led the Palestinian Authority to consider itself absolved of the agreements and understandings with the United States in the security and civilian areas. On June 3rd, the Palestinian Authority announced that it will refuse to receive the clearance funds on its behalf. We are concerned about the consequences, specifically the socio-economic and humanitarian impact. Meaningful and direct negotiations. Will it be possible to come to a two-state? That means Israeli and Palestinian security needs and Palestinian aspects for statehood and sovereignty. We have taken note of the Palestinian leadership's willingness to achieve a just and comprehensive peace, as mentioned. Against this backdrop, it is all the more important that all Palestinian factions invest in the reunification of Gaza and the West Bank under a single democratic government. We strongly encourage the holding of elections once conditions permit it. Mr. President, it is important that the international community puts its weight behind efforts to start meaningful negotiations. In this regard, we welcome the conference call held 2nd of May at the level of envoys of the Middle East Quartet. We hope that efforts within this format or an enlarged format can continue. We are convinced that only through a solution based on the internationally agreed parameters and respect for international law, just and lasting peace can be achieved. The fulfillment of the aspirations of only one side will only more instability in Israel and Palestine, but also in the wider region, as well as to the perpetuation of conflict. I thank you.
Je remercie le représentant pour sa déclaration et je donne à présent la parole au représentant de la Fédération de Russie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to begin by joining others in expressing to Gianni, Minister Marsudi, and Indonesian people for the tragic loss of the Indonesian peacekeeper. Mr. President, we welcome high-level participating in today's Security Council VTC on the situation in the Middle East. The Secretary General, Special Coordinator Nikolai Mladenov, the Secretary General of the League of Arab States, Ahmed Abul-Gheit, for their briefings. Now, Mr. President, I have the honor to read a statement of Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, who could not be present in person at this meeting because, as you know, we have today celebrations related to the 75th anniversary of ending of the Great Patriotic War, and he's personally participating now in these events. So I read the statement of Minister Lavrov. Mr. President, in this challenging time, as the world struggles to find ways to counter and overcome the consequences of this pandemic, the international community should not forget about a problem that, despite decades of efforts, is still awaiting its just solution. Palestinian-Israeli is key to resolving many other problems in the Middle East and to establishing a just, sustainable, comprehensive peace in this region. The Palestinian question, which is almost the same age as the United Nations, requires our special and urgent attention. We are at a doorstep, in fact, just a few days away from a decision that could undermine a just and sustainable Middle East settlement. Starting July 1st, the station of the occupied Palestinian territories in the West Bank of the Jordan River may be launched by the Israeli parliament. This is perhaps one of the most serious challenges for the Palestinian cause and for the whole region. As a permanent member of the UN Security Council and a member of the Quartet of International Ministers, Russia has always stood and stands against unilateral actions or plans that, as history has shown, are not capable of bringing peace to the Middle East and prejudge final settlement. This understanding is shared by the vast international community. Implementation of the aforementioned unilateral plans may erase prospects of the two-state solution. And we see no alternative to the two-state solution. We see no alternative to the two states, Palestine and Israel, coexisting in peace and security. But the issue of statehood is not the sole one. Other status, Jerusalem, refugees, borders, are also pending. But annexation may permanently block the path to direct dialogue between Palestinians and Israelis. The implementation of plans for the annexation will entail negative and even dangerous consequences for the entire Middle East region. It will directly affect the neighbors of Israel and Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan. It will affect the destiny of refugees around the world. Given the significance for the three world monotheistic religions, the entire Muslim Ummah and other believers will be involved in the problem. Irreparable damage will be caused to the prospects of normalizing regional states. Mr. President, enumerating problems that we encounter is not enough. It is necessary to install and solve them. Today, as never before, international joint steps are required to advance the Middle East peace process. As an active member of the Quartet, Russia stands ready for every effort to launch direct Palestinian-Israeli negotiations in the interests of achieving a settlement on an internationally recognized basis. UN resolutions, the Arab Peace Initiative, which provides for the creation of an independent, territorially contiguous Palestinian state within the 1967 East Jerusalem as its capital. We are also ready for a dialogue in other key regional players and for their involvement in the efforts of the Quartet. In this regard, we are in constant contact with Middle East countries and the League of Arab States. The task of responsibility on the PLO platform is extremely urgent. On our part, with Palestinian representatives and support the efforts of our Egyptian friends in this regard. Cessation of aggressive rhetoric, settlement activity in the occupied Palestinian territories, destruction of Palestinian property, armed clashes, and prevention of terrorist actions are important factors for creating an atmosphere of trust in the Palestinian-Israeli. On June 23rd, Jordan and Sweden hosted an international video conference in support of UNRWA. We are grateful to the organizers for their initiative of participants, and statements made once again confirmed the relevance of the agency and its stabilizing role. Mr. President, in conclusion, I would like to reiterate the need to abandon the annexation steps and launch the Palestinian process as soon as possible in order to achieve a just and sustainable Middle East settlement and peace in the region. I thank you.
Je remercie la Fédération de Russie pour sa déclaration et parole au représentant du Niger.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. The Middle East, the cradle of millenary civilization, and the Middle East has for some decades been the scene of conflicts with unspeakable consequences. From Palestine to Syria, Afghanistan, Yemen, and the Islamic Republic of Iran, there are countries and peoples exposed to violence, desolation, and despair, even though everything predestines them to peace, harmony, and prosperity. My delegation has followed with the attention of this session today the presentations just made by the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Mr. Nikolai Mladenov, Special Coordinator, and Mr. Ahmed Abdul-Gait, Secretary General of the Arab League, all describing the situation prevailing in the Middle East. I thank them most sincerely. Mr. President, one briefing after another, our Council has pronounced itself on various aspects of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In 1993, despite the Oslo Accord, Israel, the occupying power, accelerated rather than halted its policy of building settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories, expropriating land, legitimate Palestinian demand of a state, a demand that is also supported by the international community. In this regard, many peace processes and plans have been adopted by the international community in order to find a lasting solution to this conflict. It is regrettable to say that the peace processes have met but without peace. Yet, benchmarks have been set in Council to pave the way of dialogue and peace. The occupation by force and the seizure of Palestinian land, which are contrary to international law, should end in accordance with the provisions of Resolution 2334. The only territory spared is only a blockade that has made it an inhabitable place, according to the United Nations itself. Israel's assertions of sovereignty over the whole of Jerusalem is also a violation of international law. It is also a war crime for an occupying power, Israel, to settle its own civilian population in an occupied zone. Mr. President, it cannot be said often enough, the settlement policy violates both the principle and the spirit of the peace accord. Another principle that should underpin the momentum for peace was set out in Resolution 1515, in which the Security Council enshrines the two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security in strict compliance with the 1967 borders as the basis for the settlement of this conflict. 27 years after the signing of the first peace agreement, the Palestinians sadly are no closer today to nation and the establishment of an independent state yesterday. For instance, Palestinian youths of 27 years would have lived only under occupation, with its associated violence and deprivation of all kinds. She would only have experienced detention, disproportionate use of force, including against women and children. And yet, Mr. President, it is my country's conviction that both Israelis and Palestinians are people capable of overcoming this suffering that afflicts them and that distresses us. They have, by pooling their efforts in the face of a common enemy, the COVID-19, both in Gaza and in the West Bank. Israel, whose genius is all, must build peace by renouncing the annexation of parts of the such action is carried out would constitute a serious violation of law and a grave threat to international peace and security. My country supports the Secretary General's call to all stakeholders, Israelis, Palestinians, states of the region, and the international community at large to take immediate steps to allow the parties to step back and begin the process of re-engaging in a dialogue that will put an end to unilateral action, chart course, and avoid falling into chaos. End of quote. Mr. President, I would like to conclude by saying that the time has come for us to put an end to illusion, which has paved the way for the triumph of peace of the strongest, a peace of the victors. It is therefore high time to prevent analysis on the Israeli-Palestinian question from causing the death by asphyxiation of the two-state solution, which we must save at all costs. I sincerely hope that through their statements, Mr. Riyad al-Maliki, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Palestine, and Mr. Dani Danon, Permanent Representative of Israel, will go on the road to reconciliation and peace between their two peoples. I thank you for your kind attention.
Je remercie le représentant du Niger pour sa déclaration et je vais maintenant faire une déclaration en ma qualité de représentant de la France. Je remercie le secrétaire général pour son introduction, ainsi que le secrétaire général de la Ligue arabe et le coordinateur spécial pour leur briefing. Je salue également la participation des ministres de Palestine, d'Afrique du Sud, de Saint-Vincent et les Grenadines, de Tunisie, du Vietnam et du Royaume-Uni. Nous sommes à un tournant dans l'histoire du conflit israélo-palestinien. Il y a près de 30 ans, les signataires des accords d'Oslo ont eu le courage de poser les premiers jalons de la résolution du conflit le plus ancien à l'agenda de ce Conseil. À une semaine de l'échéance du 1er juillet, l'espoir de parvenir à une paix globale rue aussi éloignée. La France sous vive préoccupation exprimée par les membres de ce Conseil et général des Nations Unies, mais aussi par le haut représentant de l'Union européenne à plusieurs reprises face à la menace déclarée du gouvernement israélien de procéder à l'annexion de parties de la Cisjordanie à compter du 1er juillet. Celle-ci porterait tout d'abord une grave atteinte au droit international en violant de manière flagrante le principe de non-acquisition de territoire par la force inscrit dans la charte. Toute annexion de territoire en Cisjordanie, quel qu'en soit le périmètre, porterait également réversible au processus de paix ainsi qu'à la solution des deux États. Enfin, une telle décision fragiliserait plus encore la stabilité d'une région minée par les crises et la relation d'Israël avec ses voisins arabes. Nous devons donc nous mobiliser pour dissuader toute décision d'annexion qui ne serait ni dans l'intérêt des Palestiniens ni des Israéliens. La France appelle le gouvernement israélien à s'abstenir unilatérale susceptible de conduire à l'annexion. La France ne reconnaîtra aucune modification des lignes de juin 1967, sauf celles agréées par les deux parties, conformément au droit international, aux résolutions de ce Conseil et aux paramètres sur lesquels la solution des deux États. Comme l'a dit le ministre Le Drian, compte tenu d'une décision d'annexion ne saurait rester sans réponse. En particulier, l'annexion ne serait pas sans conséquence sur les relations de l'Union européenne avec Israël. À défaut de pouvoir relancer immédiatement le processus de paix, notre responsabilité collective, et en premier lieu la responsabilité de ce Conseil, qui a défini les paramètres de résolution du conflit, est de préserver les conditions d'une négociation future et la possibilité d'un accord entre les parties. Le conflit israélo-palestinien n'est pas une décision unilatérale. La France, avec ses partenaires européens, continuera de promouvoir la voie de la négociation et plus largement le multilatéralisme et la défense d'un ordre international fondé sur la règle de droit. Nous sommes prêts à prendre toute notre part dans la relance d'un processus politique ambitieux, reprise de négociations crédibles fondées sur le droit international, les résolutions pertinentes de ce Conseil et les paramètres internationalement agréés. Ces paramètres sont clairs. Deux États vivant en paix et en sécurité le long de frontières sûres et reconnues, avec Jérusalem comme capitale des deux États. Une annexion, quel qu'en soit le pays, serait un pas sans doute irréversible dans la direction inverse, celle de l'État unique qui mettrait un terme aux aspirations nationales des Palestiniens et au projet démocratique israélien. Nous devons collectivement mettre en garde contre ces perspectives et réaffirmer notre disposition à accompagner les parties sur la voie des deux États, qui est la seule susceptible de conduire à une paix juste et durable dans la région. I thank the Secretary General for his introduction, as well as the Secretary General of the Arab League and the Special Coordinator for their briefings. I also welcome the participation of the Ministers of Palestine, South Africa, Indonesia, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Tunisia, Vietnam and the UK. We are at a turning point in the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Almost 30 years ago, the signatories of the Oslo agreements had the courage to take the first steps towards the oldest conflict on the agenda of this council. With 1 week to go before the deadline of the first of the hope of achieving a comprehensive peace in the Middle East has never seemed so remote. France shares the deep concerns expressed by the members of this Council and the Secretary General of the United Nations, but also by the High Representative of the European Union on several occasions. The Israeli government's declared threat to annex parts of the West Bank after the 1st of July. It would be a serious breach of international law, in flagrant violation of the principle of non-acquisition of territory by force enshrined in the Charter. Any annexation of territory in the West Bank, regardless of its perimeter, would also irreversibly undermine the peace process and a two-state solution. Such a decision would further undermine the stability of a region undermined by crisis, Israel's relationship with its Arab neighbors. Our mobilization is therefore essential to prevent any annexation decision which would be in the interest of neither the Palestinians nor the Israelis. France called on the Israeli government to refrain from unilateral measures that could lead to annexation. France will not recognize any modification of the June 1967 lines except those agreed by the two parties in accordance with the resolutions of this Council and the parameters on which the two-state solution is based. As Minister Le Drian said, because of its gravity, a decision on annexation cannot go unanswered. In particular, annexation will not be without consequences for the European Union's relations with Israel. Unless we are able to relaunch a peace process, our collective responsibility is to preserve the conditions for the future negotiations and the possibility of an agreement between the parties. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict will not be resolved through unilateral decisions. France, together with its European partners, will continue to promote the path of negotiations and more broad multilateralism and the defense of an rule-based order. We stand ready to play our full part in relaunching an ambitious political process and resume credible negotiations based on international law, the relevant resolution of this Council, and internationally agreed parameters. Those parameters are clear: two states living side by side in peace and security along secure and recognized borders, with Jerusalem at the capital of both states. An annexation, regardless of its perimeter, would undoubtedly be an irreversible step in the opposite direction, that of a single state, which would put an end to the aspiration of the Palestinians and to the Israeli democratic project. Actively warn against this prospect and reaffirm our readiness to act on a two-state path, which is the only one like just and lasting peace in the region. Thank you. Je reprends mes fonctions de président du Conseil et je donne à présent la parole à son Excellence Monsieur Riyad Al-Malki, ministre des Affaires étrangères de l'État observateur de Palestine.
Mr. President, members of the Council, we often use crossroad as we did today, to explain how significant in history is. It means your next decisions and actions will determine the course of history and the fate of nations. There is no doubt this is such a moment. For now, unfortunately, the driver is Israel, and seems it will not stop at the crossroad to assess the implications of its choices, because it is drunk on power, propelled by infinite impunity, created by one single thought that it has been under of for decades, grabbing maximum Palestinians with minimum Palestinians. Israel is under the illusion that this is the destination, and once it reaches it, it will enjoy the view. It ignores that the road cannot end there and continues downhill towards an escalation due to an oppressive regime combining colonialism and apartheid. It does not care that humanity has been down this road before, and that former colonial powers and liberation movements have all reached the same conclusion. Such a regime cannot prevail and will only lead to injustice, instability, and insecurity. As many times before, Israel seems determined to ignore that red stop sign binding for others. International courts have jurisdictions over others. Sanctions are for others. Israel judges but cannot be judged. The only true bias towards Israel is the one shielding it, accountability, and emboldening it by considering its illegal actions as so-called realities that need to be endorsed rather than reversed. Israel is testing the resolve of the international community, thinking its colonial appetite will prevail over the collective international will to advance regional security and to preserve the rule of bilateral order. We must prove it wrong. The international community remains committed to international law and to the international consensus on justice for the Palestine question. It opposes annexation in no uncertain terms, as reaffirmed in recent weeks by statements made from capitals from every corner of the globe. The global position also remains unwavering on the illegality of Israel's policy, including settlements. This wide international front reflected in the gathering just 2 days ago with broad Palestinian organization in the UNRWA ministerial meeting held yesterday and in this high-level Security Council meeting is strong and remains our best hope. Mr. President, members of the Council, Israel knows that annexation will have tangible repercussions. That is why we have called on the international community to adopt effective measures, including sanctions, to deter annexation and all other unlawful policies that have prepared the ground for it. Also be made clear that annexation will irreversible Israel's relations with Palestine and the region. Accords were supposed to transform us into peace partners, but regrettably, Israel continued waging a war against Palestinian lives and Palestinian rights. It has violated the spirit and letter of the agreements. Annexation is taking a decision to defeat their very purpose. These accords are supposed to pave the way for an end of occupation and a final peace agreement. They cannot survive annexation. As we celebrate the 7th anniversary of the UN Charter, let us honor the UN purposes and principles. Respect for the principle of equal rights and peoples, respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms for all without distinction, the suppression of acts of aggression, and the prohibition of the threat or use against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Annexation, whether partial or total, gradual or immediate, is the ultimate breach of the UN Charter and cannot go unchallenged. From a legal perspective, annexation is not only unlawful, it is a crime under the Rome Statute. From a political perspective, it will ruin the chances for Israeli, Palestinian, and regional peace. From a security perspective, it is utter as it replaces internationally recognized borders that can be military control and subjugation that only fuel conflict and violence. It is, as stated in the Secretary General's report, calamitous for Palestinians, Israelis, and region. The only explanation for it is an extremist ideology rooted in the will of the Palestinian right to this land, disregard for international negation of history. It is this ideology that has undermined negotiations time and time again, with Israel using negotiations as cover for its continued colonization. This ideology fostered a narrative that Palestinians should be grateful that Israel was ready to give them back part of their own land, fragmented enclaves. Bantustans, that Palestinians may even be allowed to call a state of their own. Genuine negotiations must aim at ending occupation to achieve peace, not at perpetuation and calling it peace. We remain committed to peace. We have presented our position on all final status issues to the quartet. We have never rejected any proposal we have made to find a compromise. Unlike Israel, which says we must renegotiate all over again with each new government. We have accepted the long-standing reference and international law as the basis for negotiations, while Israel has rejected and violated them. We accepted the pre-1967 agreeing to an historic compromise encompassing only 20% of historic Palestine, and yet Israel has spared no to undermine these borders. The entire world recognizes the significance of the Arab Peace Initiative and the promise it holds for our region. Where is the Israeli Peace Initiative? Even with the US plan, Israel said it is ready to grab immediately whatever parts of our land the plan unlawfully grants it, while expressing readiness to negotiate indefinitely. This is why we call for an international peace conference and the multilateral mechanism that will help advance peace by holding the parties accountable, ensuring neither a smokescreen nor a time-wasting exercise, while Israel finalizes its colonial plans, but rather that negotiate the path to just and lasting peace. While Israel spares no effort to erase the pre-1967 borders, the Green Line, the world must consolidate them, including by recognizing the state of Palestine and by making any lateral encroachment over the Green Line a red line. Every state has the power to help us change course before it is too late. The power to help end the Israeli occupation and salvage the two-state solution. The power to save lives. The power to preserve our global order. In fact, they have a legal ambition to use this power through and non-assistance to illegal actions, distinction and accountability. Their obligations is the only path to Israel abides by its own. At the end, allow me, Mr. President, to thank you for convening this important meeting. I also wish to express our appreciation to the Secretary General for his report and relentless efforts and those of his envoy to advance peace. If Security Council resolutions, including 2334, were in place, peace would be a reality tomorrow, even today. I use this opportunity to thank the Secretary General of the Arab League and the ministers for their participation today as a clear signal of the urgency and gravity of the matter. I also wish to thank your country and council members, past, present, and incoming, for their consistent, principled stances, including against annexation, allowing the countries and the groups, including the Arab group, which has been fully mobilized in the lead up to this meeting, the OIC, NAM, the EU, that continue working to advance freedom, justice, and peace, conscious of how this could transform our region and the world. Mr. President, the Secretary General in his report highlighted the need of reversing this dangerous trajectory we are on. We are, and to reverse course before it is too late, the international community must take hold. Thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie son Excellence, Monsieur Al-Malki, de cette déclaration et je donne maintenant la parole au représentant d'Israël.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Since the beginning of the conflict, the Palestinians have chosen rejectionism over realism. They reject the idea of a Jewish state. They do not want a Palestinian state beside a Jewish state, but at the expense of a Jewish state. They rejected the UN in 1947 and have rejected every Israeli offer for peace since. In recent decades, they have come to even reject every offer of negotiations. Instead of working towards peace, they have promoted rejection and the glorification of terrorism. Mr. President, the decision we face today is between realism and rejectionism. The reality is that Israel wants peace and security. The Palestinians, unfortunately, time and again, choose rejectionism over any realistic solution. There are currently significant regional opportunities. President Trump's peace initiative. It is an important milestone for the region and it represents a significant opportunity. As Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has stated during his White House visit in January this year, Israel has agreed to negotiate peace with the Palestinians on the basis of this peace plan. Israel will pursue this plan and in full cooperation with the United States while maintaining Israel's peace agreements and strategic. We expect the international community to make it clear to the Palestinians that their refusal to engage will not advance Palestinian interests. As the decades have gone by, reality has changed. Solutions that may have been relevant many years ago are no longer realistic, but the Palestinian leadership refuses to accept the consequences of their rejectionism. They have been active of the conflict and continue for the unrealistic solutions that do not include a Jewish state. Unfortunately, the Palestinian leadership is encouraged to do so by some in the international community who have chosen to reward the Palestinians' rejectionism and ignore reality. They have adopted the Palestinian narrative and believe that tried and failed solutions from years ago are somehow still relevant. The truth is that even decades later, some in the international community are willing to admit that the Palestinians were never really interested in genuine, practical solution to the conflict. Instead of confronting leadership, they have tried to appease them by buying every rotten bill of goods the Palestinians were selling. This approach of blindly accepting the Palestinian narrative and demands has not and will not lead to a lasting end to the conflict. Mr. President, there is a strong and undeniable between the Jewish people and their historic homeland of Judea and Samaria. This has been true for over 3 millennia, and no Palestinian propaganda can change through official statements and policies, as well as educational texts. The PA tries to erase the Jewish people's ancient claim to the land of Israel. They wrongfully try to paint Jews as European colonists that must be expelled. Many in the international community have adopted this false narrative, which stands in complete contradiction to history and we will speak about international law in a minute. Should Israel to extend its sovereignty, it will be doing so with respect to areas over which it has always maintained a legitimate historical and legal claim. Mr. President, the Bible is the cornerstone of the religions of the 14 million Jews, 1.9 billion Muslims, and 2.3 billion Christians around the world. So let's go back to the Bible. In the Bible, God said to Abraham, and I quote Genesis 13:15, "Et kol haaretz asher ata roeh lecha velezarecha ad olam." For all the land which you see to you and your descendants forever. After being promised all of the land, Abraham chose to build a home in Hebron, in the heart of Judea. Mr. President, the Jewish claim to the land of Israel is in history. Ever since Moses led the people of Israel out of Egypt through the Sinai Desert and to the land of Israel, returning to the land that God had promised us, Jews have believed and exercised sovereignty in the promised land. Even when the Romans destroyed the Second Temple in 70 CE and the Jews were exiled from their home, Jewish communities survived in Jerusalem and elsewhere. Historic artifacts across our land and around the world, including right outside the Security Council chamber, attesting to the Jewish connection to the land. Arch of Titus in Rome, one can find the spoils of Jerusalem, an image of Roman soldiers carrying the spoils they took from the Holy Jewish Temple as they exiled Jews from their home. These artifacts are not 50 or 100 years old, but thousands of years old. So too, our history in the land of Israel. And throughout that time, in the diaspora, the Jewish people never relinquished our claim to our homeland. The story of the Jews returning to the land of Israel in the late 19th century to join their brothers and sisters who had never left is not a story of foreign people colonizing a foreign land, of a native people reuniting in their ancient homeland. Mr. President, long before the founding of the Palestinian Authority and its propaganda machine, the international community recognized the rights of the Jewish people to their land. And I heard from Germany speaking about international law. In the 1917 Balfour Declaration, stated their objective of achieving, and I quote, the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. The national home included the entire land, including Judea and Samaria. During the San Remo Conference, which formed the basis for the League of Nations mandate system, the Allies adopted Britain's Balfour Declaration. In 1922, the League of Nations designated the land west of the Jordan River in its entirety to be the territory allotted to a Jewish homeland. In 1945, the UN Charter, its founding document, was signed. Article 80 of the Charter specifies, and I quote, "Nothing in this chapter shall be construed in or of itself alter in any manner the rights whatsoever of any state or any peoples or the terms of existing international instruments to which the United Nations may respectively be parties." In other words, the League of Nations' recognition of the right of the Jewish people to a state was embraced once again in one of the main sources of law, the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, though Israel's legal claims to this territory also wrongly mischaracterize any potential Israeli decision to extend its sovereignty to this territory as so-called annexation. These objections result from embracing a Palestinian false narrative rather than an assessment of the historical facts. Let's be honest. Let's be clear. The PLO is not and never was and has never been the sovereign in this territory. Never. Prove me wrong on that. Mr. President, another objection we hear, Palestine sovereignty will harm regionally. We heard it a few minutes ago. We have heard these arguments many times before. In 1948, before Israel declared its independence, not to do so because the response would mean the end of the dream of a Jewish homeland. In 1967, after the Six-Day War and the liberation of Jerusalem, Israel was warned of the repercussions of extending sovereignty to the United Jerusalem. In 1981, similar to what we hear today, Prime Minister Begin declared the application of Israeli law in the Golan Heights and assured Israel's ability to protect herself from many threats in the region. And even as recently, all of us, we were in the chamber in the Security 2018, when the U.S. moved its embassy to Jerusalem, we were warned of the danger it would pose to the stability of the region. Israel will promote her important interests, which include a realistic and secure peace between Israel and all its neighbors, and not allow some in the international community to try to intimidate us with threats of violence. Mr. President, the final objection is one that we have heard today, that a plea will end any chance of negotiations. And I ask, what negotiations? Where are the negotiations? Instead of speaking with us directly, Minister Maliki is coming to the UN Security Council. Why we cannot meet in Ramallah or in Jerusalem? Israel has repeatedly invited the PA to the negotiating table. In the few times where they even replied to the invitation, it was only to reject it. President Abbas has refused every deal that has been offered to him. He even condemned President Trump's peace plan before it had been published. Blaming Israel for negotiations is not only wrong, it is destructive to peace. Blaming Israel, you actually arm President Abbas with the last line of excuses not to come to the negotiating table. A solution can come only through direct negotiations between. Mr. President, the discussion over the extension of Israeli sovereignty to certain areas in Judea and Samaria does not stand in the way of peace. What stands in the way of peace is Palestinian rejectionism and the encouragement that they get from some international community. It is time that the Palestinians realize that rejectionism is a losing strategy. It is time that the international community chooses realism over rejectionism. Thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie le représentant d'Israël pour sa déclaration. Nous voici arrivés au terme de cette séance. Je vous remercie.
Very warm welcome from Geneva WHO headquarters. Welcome to regular COVID-19 press briefing. We are having this on Zoom. We are also having a number of people watching us on a number of WHO social media platforms. Today with us, we have our regular speakers, WHO Director General Dr. Tedros, Dr. Maria Van Kerkhove, Dr. Mike Ryan, but also we have today with us Dr. Janet Diaz, who is the head of clinical care within the WHO program for emergencies. Journalists who are watching us on Zoom can listen to us in 6 UN languages plus Hindi, thanks to our interpreters who are here with us, that we thank for making this possible. You can also ask your questions in those 6 UN languages plus Portuguese when we arrive to the session of questions and answers. And I'll give the floor to Dr. Tedros for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Tariq. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. More than 9.1 million cases of COVID-19 have now been reported to WHO, and more than 470,000 deaths. In the first month of this outbreak, less than 10,000 cases were reported to WHO. In the last month, almost 4 million cases have been reported. We expect to reach a total of 10 million cases within the next week. This is a sober reminder that even as we continue research into vaccines and therapeutics, we have an urgent responsibility to do what we can with the tools we have now to suppress transmission and save lives. Effective ways of saving lives is providing oxygen who need it. Several news reports published today have highlighted the vital role of oxygen in treating patients with severe and critical COVID-19. This has been an area of intense focus for WHO since the beginning of the pandemic. Patients with severe and critical COVID-19 cannot get enough oxygen into their blood they need breathing normally. They need higher concentrations of oxygen and support to get it into their lungs. Left untreated, severe COVID deprives cells and organs the oxygen they need, which ultimately leads to organ failure and death. Medical oxygen is produced using oxygen concentrators, which extract and purify oxygen from the air. WHO estimates that at the current rate of about 1 million new cases a week, the world needs about 620,000 cubic meters of oxygen, which is about 88,000 lives. However, many countries are now experiencing difficulties in oxygen concentrators. 80% of the market is owned by just few companies, and demand is currently outstripping supply. WHO and the UN partners are working with across the world through a variety of private sector to buy oxygen concentrators for countries that need them most. Ongoing talks with suppliers in recent weeks have enabled WHO to buy 14,000 oxygen concentrators, which will be sent to 120 countries in the coming weeks. WHO has identified a further 100 concentrators that can be available over the next value of $100 million. In addition, WHO has bought 9,800 pulse oximeters, a simple device used to monitor oxygen in patients' blood, which are being prepared for shipment. Another challenge is that many patients with critical need a higher flow rate of oxygen than is produced by most commercially available concentrators. To address this challenge, WHO is supporting several countries to buy equipment that will enable them to generate their own concentrated oxygen in larger amounts. This is a sustainable solution for COVID-19 and beyond, but requires technical expertise for maintenance. WHO has also published technical specifications for the design of this equipment, as well as guidance for countries on oxygen source distribution. This is just one way in which WHO is continuing to support countries with science, solidarity, and solutions. As to reopen their societies and economies, questions about how to hold large numbers of people safely have become increasingly important. This is especially true of one of the world's largest mass gatherings, the annual Hajj pilgrimage. Earlier this week, the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia announced that this year's Hajj will proceed with a limited number of pilgrims of different nationalities who live within the kingdom. This decision was made based on a risk assessment and analysis of different scenarios in accordance with WHO's guidance to protect the safety of pilgrims and minimize the risk of transmission. WHO supports this decision. We understand that it was not an easy decision to make, and we also understand it is a major disappointment for many Muslims who are looking forward to making their pilgrimage this year. This is another example of choices that all countries must make to put first. Finally, tomorrow the government of the Congo is planning to announce the end of the Ebola outbreak in the east of the country after almost 2 years of struggle. In total, there have been almost 3,500 cases, almost 2,300 deaths, and almost 1,200 survivors. WHO is proud to have worked under the leadership of the government to bring this outbreak under control. This has only been possible thanks to the service and sacrifice of Congolese health workers working side by side with colleagues from WHO and many other partners. I salute them all. Many of the public health measures that have been successful in stopping Ebola are the same measures that are now essential for suppressing COVID-19. Finding every case, isolate, testing every case, and relentless contact tracing. These are the measures that must remain the backbone of the response in every country. There are no shortcuts. But Ebola and COVID-19 are only two of the health threats facing the people of DRC and middle-income countries. That's why WHO is committed to continuing to work with the people and government of DRC to strengthen it and support it on the road towards universal health coverage. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. Marks, we will open the floor for questions now. We wish to remind you to be short and have one question per person. And again, you can ask your question in 6 languages plus Portuguese if you wish to. So we will start with Peter Kenny, who works from Anadolu Today. Peter, do you hear us?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to ask about research on vaccines in Nigeria at Adeleke University in Nigeria's Edo State. They have discovered a vaccine. I would like to know about what type of research is going on in Nigeria and in other African countries. Thank you.
So thank you for the question. I can't answer specifically about the vaccine that you mentioned in Nigeria, but I can tell you that we are working with researchers all over the world, including many researchers across Africa, across a number of technical areas, whether this is through epidemiologic studies and seroepidemiologic studies, whether it's clinical research, whether it's the development of vaccines. And so while I don't have anything specific on your specific question, I can tell you that we are deeply engaged with academics, with public health professionals across Africa who participate in our international networks and who also participate in R&D networks where we accelerate the advancements of research for COVID-19.
Thank you. Dr. Peter, if you send us an email, we may try to look for particular information on this through our regional office as well. Let's now turn to Antonio Breto from Agency. Antonio? Antonio, can you just unmute yourself?
Sí, hola, buenas tardes. Gracias por concederme esta pregunta. Quería que analizaran un poco ahora mismo en Latinoamérica, qué características tienen los focos de la epidemia allí con respecto a otros lugares del mundo, y si pueden confirmar la cifra que apuntan ya algunas estadísticas de que se habrían sobrepasado ya los 100.000 muertos latinoamericanos. Gracias.
I can begin, Maria will follow. I think it's difficult, number one, to predict the number of deaths per se, but what we can do is the epidemic in the Americas in general is still intense. It's particularly intense in Central and South America, and it's across a range of countries. And we've seen a steady and worrying continuation of trend. With many countries experiencing between 25 and rise in cases over the last week, which means many countries in Central and South America and in the Americas in general are still suffering sustained community transmission. And as such, the journey for them is unfortunately, the countries in the Americas has not peaked. They are not reaching a low level of transmission within which we can achieve a sustainable from public health and social, extreme public health and social measures. So I would characterize the situation in the Americas and in Central and Latin America in general as still evolving, not having reached its peak yet, and likely to result in sustained number of cases and continued deaths in the coming weeks. The extent of those deaths and trying to predict those numbers, I think, is not helpful at this point. But again, we would really stress to governments that there needs to be an all-of-government approach. There needs to be very clear communication with citizens around the measures that are to be taken for self-protection, for community response. There needs to be a very sustained investment in public health infrastructure and the capacity or test and trace and isolate, and capacity to quarantine contacts. It is very difficult to take the sting out of this pandemic or out of this epidemic, and you're able to successfully isolate cases and quarantine contacts. In the absence of a capacity to do that, then the spectre of further lockdowns cannot be eluded. And really, I don't think anybody wants to go back to population-wide societal lockdowns. But the only way to avoid that now is a very, very, very aggressive investment in our capacity to detect cases, confirm quarantine contacts, and keep our communities on and willing, able, without coercion, to support clear messaging and clear instructions and requests from government in a trusting environment. I can't stress that enough.
To add, I fully endorse everything Mike has just said. The only thing to add is, a worrying trend we're seeing in the number of positive cases for COVID that's coming from the respiratory disease surveillance system, the ILI or the SARI surveillance system. In PAHO, in the Americas, the positivity rate is between 30 and 40% of those samples that are tested for ILI or influenza-like illness, or SARI, severe acute respiratory illness. So this is outside of the active case finding for COVID-19. So that means that the virus is circulating. And in many countries in the Southern Hemisphere, in the Americas, the flu season, they're in their flu season. So you will see respiratory diseases which will complicate the ability to care for them because you may not know if somebody or if they have COVID-19. And so that will make the picture even that more difficult to understand, which is why its surveillance systems that Mike has outlined are in place for COVID-19, but also that's testing for influenza. So it is difficult to give one summary of a large region with many countries and many different climatic zones, which are some are dealing with influenza and others are not.
Many thanks. We will now turn to Maya Plants. Brief, Maya. I understand. let's just try one more time with Maya, if it's possible. If not, so let's move to Reuters, and we have Emma Farge. Emma, can you hear us?
Good afternoon. A question for Mike Ryan, if I may. Dr. Ryan, in the past you used the term driving blindly to describe some countries moving out of lockdowns. And I'm wondering, given the concerns raised by the medical community in the UK, does that description apply there? Thank you.
It's difficult to make specific comments on individual governments, but I would say in the United Kingdom has been very much guided by a very steady, slow, stepwise exit from lockdown conditions. The government did set out some very specific parameters and metrics for how they would do. I think they've communicated those to population, certainly to us. And in the different 4 home regions there, you have England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. The chief medical officers and the governments on those 4 entities have worked together in a way to implement that if some slight modification. So from that perspective, testing in the UK increased. I believe the surveillance system is capable of understanding where I think the question we ask now for many countries is the public health system not just doing testing, but is it actually detecting cases as soon as possible after those cases become unwell? Are we immediately identifying their contacts? Are we in a position to quarantine contacts? In other words, that contacts are either quarantined at home or quarantined in a third place or a second place, and our contacts supported in that quarantine and traced over that time, with or without the support of electronic tools or apps. And I think this is a question that's facing many countries now. Countries have fought hard, including the United Kingdom, have fought very hard, and populations have sacrificed a lot to drive transmission down. It's taken time. It's people personally, it's taken its toll on communities, it's taken its toll on the economy. The reward for that are low levels of transmission across society. But as we've seen, the risk of that jumping back up in particular circumstances, in crowded situations, super spreading events. So we must be able to reap the harvest as such of such a sacrifice to shut down and lock down and drive transmission down to a low level. It needs to be kept at that low level and driven even further down. That is going to require extreme vigilance. It's going to require communities staying on board, individuals understanding their responsibility to their own protection, to the protection of others. The communities are involved in this process and taking ownership and feeling empowered by the authorities. The authorities are able to react quickly to each and every case, confirm the presence of the disease or not as quickly as possible, turn around testing very quickly, and isolate cases when confirmed and identify all their contacts and quarantine those contacts. Continuing to repeat this, but there are no silver bullets, there are no easy answers, and each government, including the UK, needs to examine itself at every level and say, are we capable of doing that? Is every part of this system able to keep its promise? I, as an individual, promise to keep myself safe, and I promise to do everything safe. Communities promise themselves that they will keep each other safe. Governments promise citizens that they will keep their citizens safe. Everyone has got to now live up to the commitments they make, and people have got, everyone at every level needs to follow through. Because what we've seen in countries that have implemented comprehensive strategies, that have reacted quickly, that have operated across multiple levels of strategy, all of the things that I've just previously mentioned, they've done reasonably well, and they've had lockdowns. I think we've all collectively learned a lot. The issue now, and the Director General is leading a process inside our House right now, really looking at this. What have we learned in the last 6 months? What have we learned through all of these sacrifices? What have we learned about the virus? What have we learned about how to control the virus? What have we learned about our capacity at community and government level to sustain response in a coherent way, in a coordinated way? What have we learned about that? Are we willing now to learn those lessons and face the next 6 months with the resources we have? We have the tools to of this virus. We hope dearly we will get an effective vaccine, but we cannot count on that. And the Director General has challenged us internally, challenge our partners to have that discussion in the coming weeks so that we can face into the autumn and into the rest of the year using the tools that we have in the best possible way. So I would, in summary, I would say yes, the UK has taken a stepwise approach. The UK is listening to science. Science is still driving decision-making. And yes, every government, every level, there are setbacks, there are surprises, but the approach in the UK is the right way to go. And we just hope that all systems, including the UK, can put in place the necessary surveillance to support this, this going forward.
So just briefly to add some of the things that we are learning, it's important that we look and we learn from many others. And one of the things, as countries are lifting the lockdown in this slow and staggered way that we've been talking about, is the ones that are seeing some success are doing this in a data-driven way. They're using indicators. They're using values of transmission, not only the numbers of cases that are declining. What do those trends look like? Looking at the reproduction number over time, looking at their testing. Are they seeing a large proportion of those tests that are actually carried out positive, low level? They're looking at their bed occupancy. How full are the hospitals in terms of dealing with mild patients or even severe patients needing ICU? What are the other isolation facilities and quarantine facilities? Are they full? How many contacts are traced? How many cases are coming from contacts? These are helpful indicators to know where you are in your transmission scenario. And while doing this, we're seeing countries take this phased approach. You've seen phase 1, 2, 3, 4, and the slow movement of those phases, periodic, looking at it, can we move to the next phase? Are we seeing that low level? And all the while having this direct engagement with their populations and with their neighbors, the populations either in a neighboring province or a neighboring state or a neighboring country. Are they seeing the same levels of low suppression of transmission? All of this is quite helpful in terms of helping working in your country so that we can learn from each other. But this is what we mean by a data-driven approach, constantly looking at the epidemiology, constantly looking at the data that is being collected to determine what is the step. Can we lift even further, or do we act again? And keeping the population engaged so that they know exactly what they need to do in each phase.
Many thanks. We will now go to Mexico. We have Paulina and Cadena. Paulina, can you hear us?
Hola.
Hola.
Hola, gracias, Tarik. Gracias a todos por escucharme esta nueva. Nosotros tenemos esta duda grande en este momento. ¿Qué recomendaciones les pueden dar ustedes a las instituciones de salud o las personas con enfermedades no transmisibles que abandonaron sus tratamientos cáncer, diabetes, cardiovasculares? Ya han sido asignados hospitales específicos para COVID. La ocupación en Cancún en los hospitales es un aproximado de 30% de pacientes. Gracias.
Thank you for that. It's actually an incredibly important question to understand how to keep essential health services. There are, chronic conditions that continue that those patients need to continue to have their care continued. In this type of situation, you consider alternate delivery platforms such as telemedicine, nursing calls, telephone calls, in order to ensure to ensure that the patients can get the medical care that chronic conditions. In addition, when you consider even if you usually give 1 month of prescriptions, then the alternative would be to give 3 months of prescriptions or 6 months of prescriptions in order to ensure that those patients can continue their medications. And I will refer you to have published operational guidance on how to maintain essential health services with very easy to use checklists and other essential information that are looking at these different types of patients that may have this during the COVID pandemic.
Thank you very much. This was Dr. Janet Diaz, our head of clinical care. And now we will go to Brazil. Bianca Gauthier from Global. Bianca.
Hi, Tarek. Can you hear me? Thanks a lot for taking my question. Dr. Ryan said that Latin America has not yet reached the peak. I would like to ask him, to ask you, Dr. Ryan, could you comment specifically about Brazil? How feel to reach the peak? Some say July, August. Do you have something in mind?
Again, thank you for the question, but it's very difficult to predict peaks. If you look across Europe, you look across the rest of the world, you look across the Americas, the peak has an awful lot to do with what you do. What you do affects the height of the peak, it affects the length of the peak, and it affects the trajectory downwards. That is everything to do with the government's intervention to respond, the community's cooperation with that intervention, and the healthcare system's capacity to act. The virus doesn't act alone. The virus exploits weak surveillance. The virus exploits weak health systems. The virus exploits poor governance. The virus exploits a lack of education and a lack of empowerment of communities. Those are the things we need to address. If we address those things systematically, the numbers will go down. That is what's happened. That is the reality of this pandemic. The numbers respond to response. And there are no magic answers. There are no spells here. You can't divine this away. We have to act at every level. We have to use the resources at our disposal. And we know from many, many country examples, not from WHO, look around the world, look at the countries that have taken action, look at the countries that have contained and controlled this disease. And you'll find your answers.
I just want to add that, again, with Mike has just said, that transmission is completely in our hands, and it's not only in our but what we do as individuals to prevent ourselves from getting infected, to prevent our families, our communities, our populations. And we have outlined steps that need to be taken at each level of transmission. We've just published an update of this guidance today, which is preparedness, readiness, and response actions based on of no cases. Either you haven't had cases yet, or you've actually brought those cases down to zero, where you have sporadic cases, where you have clusters of transmission. And in this document, it outlines actions detailed for everything from your emergency risk communication, surveillance, IPC, clinical care, public health measures. And there's a link to every additional guidance that WHO and our partners have put out. And it's the closest thing we have to an actual action checklist that's online. And it just so many things that we can do. And we need tools right now in our toolbox right now to be able to suppress trends. And so it relates to your question about the peak. We get a lot of questions about the peak in this country or that country. The one thing we shouldn't do is predict, because we need to do everything we can do to suppress this transmission and make any of these predictions that have come out from these models not be a reality. So I encourage you to find this on our site, and we can send it. But this is the closest thing we have to an actual checklist of what all countries need to do to suppress transmission and to save lives.
Thank you. Next question is from Health Policy Watch. We have Gracie with us. Hello, Gracie. Can you?
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, so we've heard kind of reports, coughing, shortness of breath, like symptoms persisting in patients who have recovered, but we also know that the virus organ systems outside the lungs, like the nervous system and cardiovascular system, as recent studies using organ models have shown. And there have also been reports of people experiencing severe neurological symptoms while infected by COVID. So can you speak a little bit more about the long-term effects of the virus on organ systems outside the respiratory system?
Thanks for, again, one of a big priority right now is for us to better understand the patients who have recovered from COVID and what kind of potential deficits they may have. Described already, the different types of deficits can be neurological, they can be some impaired lung function, they can be physical if someone has been in the ICU, for example, for 4 to 6 weeks, a lot of deconditioning, immobility, those can really impact the physical functionality of patients in the mid or long term. So of the WHO Clinical Research Working Group, and we actually in fact had our meeting today, the findings that researchers, the studies that researchers are doing now to understand this, and what we're trying to do is to create standardized data capturing systems or case record systems to be able to capture this information globally to better understand the disease, characterize the recovery phase of the disease. This is definitely a priority topic that we are working with international experts around the world to facilitate and to our understanding.
We will now go to Jamie Keaton from Associated.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, nice to speak with you again. This is for Mike and Maria. We have known the epicenter appears to be lasting longer in the Americas than it did in China or in Europe. What accounts for the longer epidemic in the Americas? Thanks.
Thanks, Jimmy. Nice to hear you. I think it depends, again, it's very country on the arrival of the disease. It also depends on general connectivity in countries. And it may take longer for a disease to spread around the country where connections and infrastructure does not allow disease to spread as quick. Countries in which the disease can move extremely fast within a given country because of public transport links. So there are natural factors that might drive transmission. There are also obviously factors to do with how densely populations are packed and having mega cities or pocket disease can potentially spread undetected. A situation where you're not able to detect all your cases, then obviously the disease can burn on in areas undetected and then pop up again in other places, and then the epidemic can extend. But if you look at the epidemic in Europe, it lasted, cases in January in some European countries, and it's only in the last couple of weeks that we begin to see the disease going down. If you look more broadly in Europe, and we tend to be biased and we look at Western Europe, but actually if you go further east and you go to the west of some countries in Central Europe, if you go to Croatia, if you go to Moldova and other countries, there is still a rising incidence in some of those countries, and certainly in some Central Asian republics which are part of the European continent as such, the epidemic still goes on at higher levels. So it really depends how you define a continent. Say that the disease has come under control in Western Europe. It is not certainly under control in general in Central and South America, but there are factors that would allow a disease to sustain itself for longer in a given community. And in the end, as I said in the previous statement, on the comprehensiveness, the speed, comprehensiveness, and investment in a comprehensive response. And really sustaining a response over a period of weeks and months that allows you to bring the disease under control. And that's obviously the final factor that any given epidemic.
Thanks. And indeed, we have most of North and South America. We have now David Wallstein from New York Times. David?
Hi, thanks very much. In terms of the oxygen, I'm wondering if that could alter the long-term projections for the need of oxygen.
Thanks. It's an excellent question. I think we will have to see. The results of the recovery trial, the preliminary results, are quite remarkable. That this could be this is a life-saving intervention in severe and critical illness. What you're asking is whether or not that will reduce the need, reduce progression of disease, and that will reduce the general estimates of need of oxygen. So we'll have to see. I think, we're working with many different experts on how to best model this, how to best forecast the oxygen need, and also understand the capacity at country level, in order to make that gap assessment more accurate. So this is ongoing work, and I think as we will continue to and also take into account potential treatments that may impact estimate.
If I could just add on this, because we tend, we get positive information on remdesivir, and then we all chase that for a while, and then we get stuff on deck. We have a discussion about oxygen, and then we have a discussion about other things. I think we need to really start seeing this as how do we optimize the clinical management of all patients who become sick. From the very moment that someone feels sick, getting an early diagnosis, being able to see a qualified physician or nurse, and understanding that physician or nurse being able to understand your underlying conditions, your likely risk, and being able to put you into a pathway to see and seek and be available. Because it's not just about having oxygen or having a drug in a country, it's about making sure that the right patient gets access to that intervention at the appropriate time during the course of their illness. And when you put all of those small interventions together, rapid diagnosis, early hospitalization of those patients who may have risk factors, early oxygen therapy when needed, and then the use of other drugs and other supportive care, including dexamethasone. And if we're capable of putting all of those interventions together, even in least developed situations, even in humanitarian situations, we can deliver a basic standard of care to every person who gets COVID-19, save a lot of lives. And we look, it reduces death rates by 1/5 in people who are already on oxygen. But by itself, it's not a solution. If we look at remdesivir, it reduces illness in a proportion of patients. That's great, but it's not enough. But if we put different interventions together and we deliver them in a fair and equitable way, then I believe we can do much more. So I think we need to look at, and again, Dr. Tedros has challenged us on this over the last number of days. How can we put together all that we have learned to reduce mortality? And reduction in mortality starts protecting those people most at risk, shielding people first and foremost. Forget it. And that's how you reduce mortality. And you start there and you work your way forward. And we need a really comprehensive look at what is affecting mortality. And what's affecting mortality is not always just the fact that a drug exists or an intervention exists. There's no point knowing that oxygen works if you're in a refugee camp in Somalia and you have no access to oxygen. That's no good. Knowledge is no good without the actual resource available to the doctor or nurse. So we have to turn knowledge into know-how and know-how into how-to. And we need to turn the how-to into the materials and the resources that are needed in order to affect the mortality outcomes in this disease. So I think it's really important that, and we put that system of, you were saying yesterday, Janet, the structures, the supplies, the system, the security, and all of the elements of an effective clinical management system. And we've learned so much about how to do that better now in a much more systematic way, especially for those people in fragile, conflict-affected, vulnerable settings who may not have access to healthcare like others around the world may do.
Many thanks. And for our last question for tonight, we will stay in the United States. We have Jim Rope calling us from the West Coast Network of Radios West.
Hi, thank you very much, and good evening to everyone. One of the problems that I'm seeing is competing science, quote unquote. Meaning, if we hear you and we hear the public health officials talk, yet I'm sure you've heard this too, and maybe you've seen it on television or radio, you can find someone that will claim they have science that can fill the narrative of whatever it is you believe. And I think that's part of the problem that I'm seeing with people who wear face masks or face cover, physical distancing, is how do you convince people that science or fake science or twisted data science is something they should not pay attention to, and understand where the real science is and the real messages are. I hope I articulated that well enough.
You certainly did.
It's really a fantastic question. It's really a fantastic question. We are living in a time right now where there's so many different groups that are carrying out really incredible research, real-time research right now for a new virus that we didn't know anything about 6 months ago. And we are learning about severity, we're learning about transmission, we're learning about treatments, we're learning about every aspect of this virus, and it's happening at an incredibly rapid pace. That's very positive. We're seeing innovation in areas that we hadn't seen before. You mentioned the use of masks, and we talked about different types of fabrics. That didn't exist a few months ago. We're seeing innovation in therapeutics and in vaccines, and this is really incredible. We're seeing evaluation of full genome sequences. It's happening at an incredibly rapid pace. Papers through science. When people are doing research, normally what happens is they carry out a specific piece of work with a collaborative group of individuals. They write this up. They write it up as a report. They submit it to a peer-reviewed journal. The paper, robust analysis and review, line in every single word of that paper, and then the authors respond, and then it gets published. And that takes some time. What we're seeing right now is because we need these answers so quickly, we're seeing a lot of answers come out in the form of a press release, or we're seeing the answers come out in the form of a preprint. So these are these online, you could publish or you could post your paper and it hasn't gone through peer review. So on the one hand, that's incredible because we're seeing these results in real time. And the other, it still needs to go through that review. And we commission a lot of research, a lot of reviews that are done by independent groups on a variety of topics. And we have more than 50 reviews that are currently underway on a variety of topics. And this helps us to better understand the state of a particular topic, transmission, for example. Then what we do is we work with our international networks, which we have for clinical management, which Janet leads, for virology, for infection prevention and control communication, for epidemiology and modeling, and I can go on. And we debate that research. And that research is constructive. And that's not a negative term when I say debate. It's a concept we have to say, what does this mean? How well was this study done? Because not all studies are done well. And what this means in terms of our advice that we give for guidance. And that also takes some time. We're accelerating that as quickly as possible, but it's an important process to go through where you have that debate and you discuss how each individual piece of knowledge fits into the broader context. Normally, one paper that comes out doesn't change our perception of everything. However, there could be situations like the dexamethasone, for example, is a good example where quite quickly, and that may modify, how we go forward. But with regards to epidemiology and virology, we put all of that research together, we evaluate it together, and then we come up with a position on what do we know about this at the present time. The other thing that I need to mention is that science, although it's not static, we need certainty around what we know. So not only are we out all of the information that we're learning, we need to come to a new virus with some uncertainty. We have nothing is for sure right now. And so when we give advice and when we give an answer, especially us sitting up here and we give these answers, we try to nuance that in a way that says, here's what we know right now, here's what we don't know, and here's what we're doing to understand this. So it's a very long answer. I'm passionate about this, but just to end by saying we're really grateful for all of the researchers that are carefully conducted research, that are doing these so thoughtfully, really to advance science going forward.
Thank you for this very important explanation and on this very good question from Jim. So we will conclude our press briefing, file being sent shortly and transcript being posted tomorrow. From my side, I wish you a very nice evening.
Thank you, Tariq, and thank you all for joining our next session. Thank you.
kick this can, or any can, down the road any longer.
I guess we could win the race to 5G without this.
Look, this is the 2.5, 3.5, 3.7, 3.1, 4.9, 5.9, 6 gigahertz, legato. Every single agency, every single band, you'll find somebody or some stakeholder saying, I am completely in favor of American leadership in 5G, just not in this. Take this objection seriously, this country would never go anywhere. And that's part of the reason why we've done, based on engineering, focusing on the facts, to promote American leadership and protect those incumbent interests. Were it otherwise, we'd still be stuck in the starting blocks while China and South Korea and Europe and other countries, other regions, just race ahead of us.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Senator Wicker. Thank you, Ranking Member, and for bringing this important day. I appreciate all the witnesses also for your hard work in so many areas. Today, I want to talk a little bit about maternal mapping on health outcomes, because in Nevada and across the country, it has really been that telehealth has enabled to receive care while complying with the stay-at-home orders due to the pandemic. And so telemedicine, of course, we know it's not a substitute for receiving a physical evaluation. It is useful in many applications, including keeping pregnant women and new mothers safe accessing maternal care. As a country, we have the highest maternal and infant mortality rate amongst other developed countries. That was before the pandemic, and it's especially crucial that we use every tool and resource we have to reach every new and expectant mother. This is especially important for our high-risk populations. Disparities among our Indigenous, African American, and rural communities is even more pronounced during this pandemic. That's why last year I introduced the Data Mapping to Save Moms Lives Act along with Senator Fisher, Young, and Schatz. And this bipartisan legislation would direct the FCC to incorporate data on maternal health out the FCC's broadband health maps in order to show where poor broadband access and high rate comes where they overlap in order to determine where telehealth is most needed. So Chairman Pai, I just really want to say thank you to your office for reaching out and working with mine to understand and all the outstanding issues on this bill. The Commission, you currently map health data for rural broadband physician shortages. I know you've updated your mapping platform, so maternal health challenge. But for Commissioner Rosenworcel, I'd like to thank you for your leadership on maternal and infant health and mortality. And I'd like you to address how easy or difficult it would be for the Commission to add maternal health outcome health mapping platform.
Thank you, Senator, for the question and for your leadership on this. We've got a crisis in this country. We are the only rising level of maternal mortality. And that is especially a challenge for women of color and also women in rural communities. Half of our counties in rural America no longer have a maternity ward. So I've spent some time in rural Arkansas and also with the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. What I've learned is they're coming up with all forms of telemedicine to figure out how to. So I think it would be terrific if we could use some of our mapping data like we have in the past with diabetes to understand which communities are connected and which communities have the highest levels of maternal mortality, because it is the start of a solution and we should make sure our work gets us there.
So on that, are there other health issues that are useful for us to track if we're going to be adding maternal mortality? Maybe while we're doing that, we just add a few other things at the same time. What do you think might
you know, it's a really good question. There are really two things to think about here. First, what of healthcare problems are we seeing en masse around this country that we have to correct for? And second, what subset of those problems are likely to be effectively managed with telemedicine? We've seen some early demonstrations that with maternal mortality and with diabetes, these are tools where continuous home monitoring could make a huge difference. So I'd welcome a dialogue with Congress and this committee to continue to try to identify what meets those two criteria and how we can organize our thinking about broadband in accord with it.
Yeah, I think that's terrific. I'd like to ask you finally, for the last few seconds I have, how the FCC is the Connected Care Pilot Telehealth Program to support this delivery of future telehealth services, particularly for our rural.
Yeah, we do have this $100 million program that we've announced, and it's giving the money here, there. Here's an idea. Let's identify that problem, and let's see what we can all 50 stations nationwide.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'll yield back my last 20 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. We certainly haven't been worried about 20 seconds period hearing. Let me see if we can nail a few things down. Money that the Education Department was provided in CARES. While coordinating with Secretary DeVos, how does that work? And is there some way we can facilitate, Chairman Pai?
Yes, we are, Senator. We've been working with the Department of Education on making sure that local school districts and other educational officials are aware of that $16 billion that is broken up into $13 billion and then $3 billion. Under the law, as passed by Congress, that's available for education technology, that school districts are able and willing to use that for home connectivity.
Are we a little slow on that? I mean, is the whole system a little behind?
We'll tell you that one of the first things we did after the CARES Act was passed was how do we strategize with the Department of Education, and they've had an open door with us as well. So we're continuing that effort with our state counterparts.
Ma'am.
I do appreciate his effort, particularly with the $13 billion coordinating with the Department of Education. But that funding, sanitizing schools, teacher training, that's a lot of things that schools are going to need to get back up and running, just like you suggested. So I think it's essential that we identify how we can use E-rate for a dedicated pool of funding to get students connected.
Richard Young is now in the queue. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Carr, so good to see you and the other commissioners once again. For accepting my visit to come to Indiana not too long ago. That was pre-pandemic. A lot's changed since then. Since the pandemic hit our country, I want to thank you for your work in establishing the $100 million Connected Care Pilot Telehealth program. That's a $200 million that we, in a bipartisan way, as ACT. Just today, the 10th Street Clinic in Richmond, Indiana, Community Health Center in Lawrenceburg, Decatur County Memorial Hospital in Greensburg, Indiana, were awarded $1 million from the fund to support telehealth efforts. So the resource there, and very much appreciated. I just really discuss the importance of both of these programs, Connected Care Pilot, the telehealth fund, and then if you could quickly pivot kindly to whether there are flexibilities related, made temporarily available that should remain in place on a permanent basis based on your early assessment of how they're working.
Thank you, Senator, for the question and for your leadership on telehealth. I had a chance to join you out in Indiana in McCordsville and visit a healthcare facility, high-speed internet connections. I think this is the future, be a game changer. For years, we focused on connections to brick and mortar. That's important. It'll continue. But where we've pivoted now with this COVID program and with the Connected Care program is this idea of connected care so that people can access high-quality care wherever they have a high-speed connection. That's so important in rural America as this country is facing a growing doctor divide. Healthcare facilities are closing by the dozen. It's hard to get a general America, let alone a specialist. So I think what we're doing now is laying the groundwork to give everyone in this country a fair shot at quality, affordable healthcare. There are lessons learned that we need to keep as we power out of this pandemic. I think HHS has done a lot of great work in short order to look at licensing, reimbursement issues. Our emergency COVID program is being followed by this separate $100 million program. I think we are, moving in the right direction, and we need to keep the red tape that we've cut to the sideline.
Well, thank you. Why don't we maintain a dialogue as we have ever since you were confirmed to this position about health, and we'll continue, of course, to work with HHS on that issue. Commissioner, you recently blogged about necessary barriers and maximizing competition within the Universal Service Fund through their auctions, such as the upcoming Rural Digital Opportunity Fund that will extend broadband in rural Indiana and across other rural areas around the country. Can you expand on this idea of maximizing competition and removing unnecessary barriers, identifying specific actionables that need to be taken?
Sure. My blog explored whether we should eliminate our eligible telecommunications carrier requirement and actually recommended that Congress do so. The ETC mandate that's in law. The number of competitors that are willing to participate in our auctions. I've talked to multiple providers who would like to participate and drive down the cost. So when you think of the RDOF, for instance, we're trying to drive a $30 billion program, $1 billion expenditure, and that's through competition. It's letting the different providers compete for different areas and driving down how much we need to subsidize those things. So there's a barrier, in my opinion, that's no longer necessary. We don't exist today in terms of state verification and station for ETCs. Don't make any sense any longer, and since affected, the broadband and VoIP are both areas that are outside state jurisdiction. So I think that's something that Congress really could be helpful for.
So if you eliminate that condition that auction winners be designated ETCs under the statute, you crowd more people into the auction, you end up, in short, getting more value for the taxpayer in the end. Is that correct?
And it's collected on a monthly basis, goes further and stretches to expand broadband services throughout our nation. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I'm out of time.
Have you had lunch yet?
Chairman, but thanks for caring. I appreciate that. I would say, first of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing, and I want to thank the FCC for being here. One of the things you get to do being last is you get to hear most of what's been said before, or being close to last. And I just want to go back to underserved areas. I want to go back allocating 80% of the RDOF funds, at the end of this administration. And the reason this is somewhat troubling is because this committee has always been, and I think it's still there, has always been very, very in the fact that we want maps that are right so you can spend the money and not waste the money. We're talking about a fair amount of dough. 80% is a little over 16 billion is correct. That 16 billion doesn't grow on trees, even though we allocate money around here like it does. And so the question is, and it's the Chairman Pai and Commissioner Rosenworcel, if you'd like, is that I don't see how you're going to put this money out without good maps. I just got to tell you, and I want the money out sooner than later. I come from a state that has underserved areas big time in it, but the potential for wasting money here is over the top. And I want you to tell me, Chairman Pai, how this money is going to be out so it isn't just a crapshoot.
Senator, there are thousands upon thousands of locations in Montana that we know, based on any map you consult, are unserved. And that is exactly what Phase 1 is targeting. What some would argue is that unless and until we figure out how the Milwaukee are getting covered or not, we will not move forward with Montana. That's not acceptable to me.
So Chairman Pai, you have maps that are lock solid certain, $16 billion, and you put it into the marketplace, that money is going to go to underserved areas and not overbuild in others.
Absolutely, Senator. Phase 1 goes to unserved areas that we suggested were unserved, and now we've gone through the challenge process. We can confirm they are unserved so that when the auction starts on October 29th, we're talking about thousands of locations in your first time will get broadband deployment. That's what's at stake.
To my ears, but the question has been before, why hasn't the money already been appropriated if we knew they don't have the service?
I can't speak what happened before I got in office, but the very first thing we did was to reorient our USF programs to target unserved parts of the country, to firmly close that digital divide. And I've seen it for myself in Wisdom and St. Ignatius and the Absaroka Wilderness and other places like that. And it's high time that these folks in Montana and other unserved areas got it. And I'm not willing to wait for months or even years about what suburban areas are partially served before we get these unserved parts of the country on the right side of the digital divide.
I've got it. But one of the major problems has always been, and we're both on the same page here. We want to do the same thing. I think everybody on the FCC committee are on the same page. We want to make sure the money is well spent. You've been on the FCC for a long time. I mean, it's not like you haven't been affiliated with this board, this commission.
I couldn't agree more, Senator, and that's why in August we instituted the Digital Opportunity Data Collection to get the more granular maps. Unfortunately, Congress has now passed the Broadband Data Act, which not only prohibits us from using USAC to create those maps, to be able to implement the Broadband Data Act's mandates. $65 million in the first year alone is required. We don't have it. And so that's why I'm coming to you, and I went to the appropriations sub for this necessary funding. We need it to be able to create those maps.
And I appreciate that. Things don't happen by air. I would just tell you this, that I think that the accountability issue here becomes a real problem, because if you're doing it before you walk out the door potentially, we're counting on those maps being correct, and if they're not, we supported nearly everybody, if not everybody on the commission's confirmation. And the fact is that we need to have this work. If we've seen anything, and we've seen healthcare being shortchanged, we're seeing education being shortchanged because we don't have the service. And that's the bottom line. And I hear you saying we're going to do it. I just hope you're right on that. One last thing I just want to ask. That's a question that about healthcare and the fact that the $200 million in the CARES Act zero, and other states did too, based on the incidence of the COVID-19. I would just say this. Our governor took action very preemptive, and it stopped things from happening like they could have happened. We are getting penalized because the government showed good leadership. And we don't know where this virus is going to go. And we've got at least 3 proposals, and I would ask you to go to see if there's any money left in that fund to out. Montana is just not a flyover state. There's people, and they're pretty good people. So we need the service too.
Well, Senator, if I might, I did want to let you know that we have given grants to, for example, Providence St. Joseph in Seattle, which has been given $1 million in funding for several sites, including St. Patrick Hospital in Missoula and St. Joseph Medical Center in Polson. In addition to that, Avera eCare in Sioux Falls has also gotten a grant, $803,000, to cover in part 10 Montana healthcare providers. So I look forward to continuing to work with you to make sure that your state gets the help that it needs under this program.
Appreciate that, and I appreciate the help that we've got. Make no mistake about it, but there's other folks that need help too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator, Chairman Pai, when did the FCC first conceive of the RDOF?
Early 2018. Yes, I believe it's, late 2018, if I remember correctly. I'll have to go file. Long time coming.
Oh, okay, so
I first publicly announced it, if I remember correctly, in the spring of 2019.
If it goes forward on time in October, the problem we're going to see is it's going to take a long time to build this out. Now, we could use a whole lot more money from the Congress and get this build out done much faster.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
And that's why you would welcome that, would you not?
Yes, your initiative is
welcome that, would you not?
I think as we've established, I think there's a fatal flaw. It's the idea to speed it up because people can't wait, and that you would make sure that winners get additional funds if they build one that has a certain sense to it, yes.
Senator Sinema, thank you for indulging me there just to let me try to nail that down. You are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses. I look forward to working with the FCC and my colleagues on this committee to support Americans with expanded, affordable broadband access during the pandemic as jobs, schools, and healthcare have shifted online. My first question, Rosensworsel? I'm sorry.
No problem.
Now more than ever, communities across Arizona need reliable access to emergency services. I've heard from Sundance RV Resort and the Fairways community in Pinal County, many of whom can't reach 911 in the event of emergency. In fact, during a recent 30-minute call between my staff discussing this poor cell service, the call was dropped 3 times. So the FCC Mobility Fund failed to reach communities in need because the maps were just plain wrong. I'm concerned the FCC might repeat the mistakes of the past and again spend money without ensuring it gets to communities that need it in Pinal County. How do you recommend we best move forward to help Arizonans who live without reliable cell service?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Not having wireless service, like you said, it's not just an inconvenience. It could be a matter of life or death. You can't call 911. You can't get health care. And for a long time, the FCC has been trying to figure out with propagation maps from carriers where service is not. And what we found is that from carriers were profoundly wrong. So we're going to have to take the authority you gave us in the Broadband Data Act and rebuild our wireless maps, figure out where service is and is not. And when we do it, let's not just do it here in Washington with the 5 of us. Let's not just go to carriers. Let's go to people in Arizona and every other state in the country who, from their lived experience, know where you get bars on your phone and where you don't, and use that kind of crowdsourcing to inform our data. And that way we'll develop the kind of information that allows us to that need it most.
Oh, thank you. Chairman Pai, that one I got right. We need to provide tribal governments with the resources to ensure equitable broadband access for Indian country. I'm sure that tribes in Arizona can use for broadband services. The tribal priority filing window for this spectrum can lessen the digital divide in India. Adequate time to learn about the spectrum and understand how, unfortunately, tribes have been disproportionately affected and have requested additional time to apply for the spectrum. Would you commit to a 180-day extension for the tribal priority filing window in the 2.5 gigahertz band because of the coronavirus?
Thank you. I certainly appreciate your leadership on issues of tribal connectivity. It was my insistence that we included this rural tribal priority window to give tribes first dibs on this prime midband spectrum. I'm aware of the request from some advocates for an extension of that window, and that's something that we are currently considering. We would be happy to keep your...
Please do. As you may be aware, Chairman, there are several tribes in Arizona which are currently facing the most severe outbreaks in the entire country, in fact, reaching levels above that of New York. So the need for them to have additional flexibility during this very dangerous time for their communities is important. Commissioner, do you also agree with the chairman about the need to consider expending time for Indian tribal communities to have?
Yes, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for tribes to have some mid-band spectrum to promote wireless broadband services. They are some of the least connected communities in the country. I think we should give of that August 3rd deadline because tribal communities have been more affected by this virus than others, and I think an extension of 180 days is warranted.
Thank you. Chairman Pai, I'll follow up with you directly on the specific needs of these tribes. I would ask you again to very strongly consider granting them an extension, as right now their tribal communities are entirely focused on issues of life and death during this. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Sinema. Let me tie up some loose ends, and I do appreciate the commission indulging us. Chairman Pai, there's some build out in unserved areas being done through funds provided through RUS, the Rural Utility. Is there a chance that in the RDOF process there could be duplicate, and how do we avoid that?
There is not, Mr. The FCC's order. We want to make sure that there is no company, no provider that is under a legal obligation through either a federal or state program to build out broadband to that area before eligible in phase 1 of the RDOF. Because we don't want to give companies essentially twice the money or to do the same thing.
Okay. Now let's see. Commissioner Carr, broadcasters are in the process of implementing technological evolution in their signal, ATSC 3.0. And TV will provide broadcasters with new business opportunities beyond simply broadcasting. Could you please explain what the new ATSC 3.0 technology is, how it works, and how you think this will facilitate greater applications in rural?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I think ATSC 3.0 is a really fascinating technology. It takes the same spectrum that Americans receive today over-the-air television and lets broadcasters use some or all of that to offer effectively a 25 megabit per second, so think of it as a high-speed internet downlink. It could be used for anything from updating connected cars with these large-scale files that they may need for mapping, to smart for rural communities, to just downloading movies potentially on your phone. I think the future of connectivity have necessarily the same pipe as the download pipe and the upload pipe at the same time. You may be able to couple together different options from different technologies and different spectrum bands. So I think of that future of connectivity, and our decision at the FCC this month removed the overhang of some regulations that could have slowed down the build-out nationwide of broadcast internet services.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Reilly, let me get your comment about the Universal Service Fund. Stakeholders have voiced concerns about the sustainability of the funding mechanism. What solution do you recommend, if any, to ensure that the USF remains sustainable in years ahead? And what are your thoughts where this remains sustainable?
It is not sustainable. Some of that recent increase is because of the pandemic and going on, but it's been rising for far too long. There have been a number of ideas that have been put forward. One of those pushed forward by the state commissioners would involve a tax on broadband. I haven't favored that, and that has put us at loggerheads We haven't been able to get past that conversation. I have asked for any idea and all to be debated out, and let's figure out how we can get to a new mechanism, SF funding. Our expenditures, one of the 4 programs, some that are outside, are being increased in terms of the amount of dollars that are going out, but the money coming in is problematic, and how we collect it.
Commissioner Stark, do you want to jump in on that?
I think that Commissioner O'Reilly and I have both had the Joint State Board that has tried to wrestle with these issues, and honestly, it's really hard because set up in the Telecommunications Act of 1996 assumed the future was interstate long-distance voice. And what that means is that that's what we assess against in order to come up with all these funds to build broadband. So the factor keeps rising because the pool that we assess against keeps falling. And I think I've come to the conclusion that we're going to have to work with Congress to figure out what I think the law and what we were contemplating in 1996 is quite adequate for the moment that we're in.
I think people viewing this hearing today can appreciate there's a lot that the Commission needs to work with Congress on. Chairman Pai, temporary waivers on Lifeline oversight in a day or two to ensure that qualified Lifeline users remain connected, so ensuring that the program does not experience waste, fraud, or abuse.
Great question, Mr. Chairman. Now, make sure that we grant maximum flexibility. For example, just recently, we took the step of making sure that rural tribal consumers that can't produce documentation for eligibility are able to get service nonetheless. For
your video needs to be on and active. So if you're in line waiting to be recognized, please make sure you have your video on. I see that the chairman of our full committee has returned from the Rules Committee. So it gives me great pleasure to recognize Mr. Pallone for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Doyle. And this is such an important hearing on disinformation and how it divides the nation. I constantly by Mark Zuckerberg that he doesn't want, but I think that that absolutely misses the point. And I know that Dr. Farid is there, and in his written testimony, he talks about how certain disinformation or conspiracy theories are amplified on platforms like Facebook. And the problem caused by Facebook has nothing to do with truth and falsity, in my opinion. It's about what they amplify or don't, and it may go to a fundamental problem with Facebook's business model. So last month, the Wall Street Journal published an article entitled "Facebook Executives Shut Down Efforts to Make the Site Less Divisive," and I introduce it for the record. It's here. And I think that this article understands the problem but won't address it. I guess I should ask unanimous consent of you to enter it into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. So let me ask Dr. Farid, do you believe the major platforms understand that they are promoting disinformation and conspiratorial content, and could they address it if they wanted to?
Thank you, Congressman. So first of all, I think you're absolutely right about the landscape here. The Wall Street Journal did a very good job of revealing what we've known for a long time, which is that Mark Zuckerberg and the C-suite in Facebook knows that they are peddlers of hate, divisiveness, conspiracies, because so they've known this for a long time. The algorithms have learned this to the tune of $70 billion last year in revenue, and they could do something about it. They absolutely first reduce engagement and therefore reduce profits. And so there's just, this is sort of our problem with these business models of social media, is that they're misaligned with individual societal and democratic goals, because they have figured out that they can tap into the lowest cost. So it's like any other addictive substance. These things are tested in order to keep us addicted, in order to tap into the things that we are not necessarily positive for society. And so you can blame us, and you should blame the users for this, for falling into this trap. But the fact is that we are being manipulated by the algorithm in order for them to simply get our data and provide advertising dollars to us.
Well, thank you. So these platforms may bias towards conspiracy theories, but I think the problem is made 10 times worse when important figures and government officials peddle disinformation or conspiracy and hate that feeds these platforms. So let me ask Ms. Collins-Dexter, in your written testimony, discuss how some public figures peddle disinformation to the masses with few, if any, repercussions. And as we know, President Trump is one of those public figures. So let me ask you, how has President Trump used social media to spread or amplify disinformation that is harmful to Black Americans and racial tensions. And you also mentioned that social media companies like Facebook are not fact-checking posts consistently, such as those mail-in voting. And so what is the effect of that inconsistent fact-checking? So first with the racial tensions, and second with the, mail-in voting as examples, if you could, Ms. Collins-Dexter.
Yes, thank you, Congressman. We've pointed out several different examples over the course of the commentary around protesters, and this depiction of Black Lives Matter as a terrorist organization has had deep impacts in terms of harms to people on the ground. But another way in which I've seen the president push disinformation is actually some of his early commentary on COVID-19 and his push that lupus medication was actually what people should be using. Now, if you look, again, disproportionately, Black people are impacted by COVID, also disproportionately impacted by lupus and a number of other autoimmune diseases. My family, for example. So that piece of disinformation allowed to stand that caused a run on lupus actually actively harmed people. My sister couldn't get her medication. There were a number of different issues. So that's just one example I would raise.
And what about the mail-in ballots? Comments about that?
Again, this danger, we've talked about the fact that mail is very safe. There's research that shows that it has 0.0025%, something like that. So to promote that is a fraudulent practice, it has implications also for Black people going to polling places, which we know are being closed down, standing in long lines, not being able to engage in democracy safely.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee. Mr. Walden, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Doyle. And Chairman Pallone and I were both up at the Rules Committee, so I appreciate being worked in here.
好，咁啊，而家跟進一下先。咁佢哋而家講食客帶走嚟都唔得啊？咁啊，呢個老闆娘咧，老闆啦，就係呢度有一間鋪頭啦，就係何福堂啊。咁就已經開咗好耐下嘅，咁就我哋有時都久唔久喺度食飯嘅，或者係飲酒，或者係傾偈。其實我今晚咧就就唔明點解咁又係嚟啊咁樣焗。咁啊，多謝大家收睇《癲價報》啊，我係西西。咁啊，其實如果你係食係自己買啤酒嚟都唔得嘅咧，咁就有啲執着啊。咁啊，睇翻呢個法例啊。咁陣下先，睇下佢講咩先。咁啊，聽下阿 Sir 講咩先。聽阿 Sir 講咩先嚇？
即係有樣嘢，我係唔可以我要你咁樣嘅冇諗法，咪話翻你。你都有報告嘅，報告咁啊，有啲有效嘅。
咁就話投訴嘅。
公開咁樣講，你聽到嘅聲音有，係啦。咁但係同我講緊嘅，係嗰個女人啊，係啊。咁你同佢講翻係有。我有講啊，佢同我講啊，我聽唔到其他聲，玻璃樽聲都聽唔到機聲。
咁啊，有時晚晚咧都係有人啲玻璃樽啊，好嘈啊，咁佢又聽唔到嘅。同埋呢個鋪頭咧細聲講嘢咧就聽到㗎。
咩時間都係起身返工，咩少啲人瞓，多人休息。咁所以一樣嘢就即係有人大眾啲啦，即係我哋觀呢樣睇下。我哋睇一樣嘢可以相達少人嘅，即係一樣嘢。我哋咁樣擺佈，可唔可以擺佈？我而家叫即刻收。
哇！咁你又 share 嚟啊！你細細3步曲啊！
一定唔會話去。咁我哋趕住入係咪先？我哋要即係一樣嘢。多謝阿 Sir 你趕住，我哋已經冇俾好多人趕住。啱唔啱先？即係我哋一樣嘢睇大路嘅。唔係話佢一樣嘢針對一樣嘢。
好，咁啊，多謝大家收睇《癲價報》先。
我唔知佢之前同你發生咩事，要特登針對。啱唔啱先？你又知嘅，你又佢又有佢個電話喺度嘅。係啊，我又唔知點解有咩同知道你。我知有㗎啦。係咩？咁但係一樣嘢就咁一樣嘢就可能一樣嘢就話之前或者甚至乎佢睇到啲嘢，就或者甚至乎。 甚至乎你哋可能參與其中嘅時候，佢咪覺得你哋做有每個人嘅觀點嘅角度係啱嘅，即係每一個觀點，我睇嘅嘢可能係啱，你睇嘅嘢係未必啱，係咪先？
唔係，其實阿 Sir 應該調翻轉講，係佢哋睇嘅嘢啱嘅，或者你睇嘅嘢未必啱嘅，你不能夠啱佢哋唔啱，你唔可以咁講㗎。
啱唔啱咧係主觀嘅，
係，亦都係我根據客觀嘅判斷作我主觀嘅評論啊嘛，而家係咁咯，係咪先？咁投訴嗰度頭先又係真係掟玻璃樽，你哋係咪先？
我而家都冇話佢
唔係我冇話你話佢唔啱，即係我一定要黑白兩面或者是與非嘅問題啊嘛。啊，我都係舉例，我都係舉例啊，我都係舉例。OK，爭論啲啊。咁係咪我哋嘈？而家係咪我哋嘈？但係其實我哋頭先好細聲傾偈嘅啫。
先生，我哋講咗，而家咧其實呢樣嘢咧，係如果我要真做或者甚至乎係呢度從嘅鋪得嘅嘢全部會收晒。啊，你哋可以真做㗎，你可以真做㗎。係，同埋一樣嘢咧，係有一個冇酒牌，可以提供一個酒牌。佢哋冇提供，係我哋自己帶嚟嘅。都唔得。唔得就去法庭，去法庭再講，去法庭再講。既然你哋玩得咁愉快嗰陣時候，我暫時唔阻止你啫。但係，即係我唔明白點解。嗱，首先樣嘢，先生。就算你幾細聲都好啦，喺一個寂靜嘅環境裏邊咧，每個人開心嗰陣時候咧，可能會越講越大聲，自己控制唔到。當然啦，但係我哋係一般，我哋未飲多咗。希望大家提醒大家。OK。當大聲嘅時候，喂，唔好嘈咗人。嗱咁樣，因為香港地咧好得意嘅。咩翻工？咩時間都有人休息嘅。咁我就明白阿 Sir 講緊乜嘢，咁亦都係佢都係中肯嘅，佢都係中肯嘅。嗱，我講嗰句説話，嗱，將就下啦。OK，咁啊，大家。
我係市民啦，我想投訴隔離真係好嘈。係。隔離我睇到全部嘢真係好嘈。執緊嘢啊嘛。你可唔可以handle 埋嗰邊啊？執緊嘢。係咯。佢哋嗰邊真係好嘈好誇張。咁乜嘢一件話一件啦，而家一件話一件啦，而家佢而家講緊呢度啊嘛。市民可以投訴啊嘛。係咯。咁就其實都見怪不怪啦。咁阿 Sir 亦都係解釋咗，咁我亦都係覺得係 OK 嘅咁樣啊。
即係我覺得一樣。
OK。
即係佢既然投得數投得呢一間嘅，你哋嘅執法係咪會一視同仁先？即係你執法，我而家接一 call 就係呢個。
晒咯，呢個咪錯晒咯。有一個問題就係成條街咁長。但係而家嗰邊點解佢哋淨係聽得到呢間嘈，聽唔到？因為佢喺呢個樓上。佢就算咁報警嗰個，我控制唔到㗎。係啊，你講咩？咁同埋你咁啱，佢可能係街尾，但係都話你街頭嘈，咁係咯。咁話唔定佢即係之前你報咗接報佢。首先有樣嘢，先生，我唔識你，我都係第一次落嚟處理呢單案件，係啱唔啱先？我唔會去針對人。大家聽到啦，咁啊。有樣嘢，喂，有人去報警，我哋就去處理。咁啊，多謝大家收睇《癲狗日報》啊，我係西西啊。你有邊個報警，我咪做。就算你嚟報警，你要我去做。我而家真係打去報警啦，佢哋真係好嘈咯。係咁簡單嘅啫，好冇？係有我哋而家唔係細路仔玩泥沙，或者甚至乎細學校嗰邊啊，搣事佢搣我，唔係我哋大人嚟嘅。OK，咁你如果你咁樣，大人嘅你應該睇到隔離都仲嘈啦。冇問題。唔係，我係市民咯，咁我應該再打去報警。抄低咗資料嘛？係啊，抄低咗。好 OK，咁啊登記咗資料。咁啊，大家控制一下。咁我係嘛？咁呢其實呢位阿 Sir 都 OK 嘅，其實都係我係實話實講，亦都唔會話講任何嘢嘅。因為一樣嘢就話喂，人哋報警，我控制唔到，我唔可以話唔可以俾佢報警。係啊，得唔得？咁我而家打俾你，即刻報警啦！隔離真係好嘈。你可唔可以 handle 先？打俾呢間鋪頭咯，我諗。係啊。佢啱啱先同個負責人傾完電話，我唔知。可能呢個女士可能同佢個協調咗咧。咁啊 OK 啦，咁又我哋亦都唔好話唔係南位啊。OK。咁就我就跟住到呢啲為止啊。咁啊，大家我就癲狗日報記者，我係西西。咁就屯門嘅何福堂啊。咁啊呢間鋪頭叫良宵啊。咁啊現場報導啊，梗係 OK。咁就算數。咁啊多謝大家咁多位收睇啊。咁就直播到此為止，多謝大家收睇。係，咁啊，差佬走咗啦，拜拜。
Facebook groups to spread hate speech and have these groups translated into real-world activity.
Absolutely. The first entry point into negotiating with Facebook actually came about when there were closed white nationalist hate groups that were doxing organizers in Sacramento and in Stone Mountain, Georgia, and people were showing up to those places and to people's homes with guns. And when we went to Facebook and asked them to make changes, they said they didn't feel like they had a problem and were slow to move. Cut to now, we see this plethora of issues coming out by the day of the ways in which violent hate speech, calls to murder, calls to violence run rampant in closed groups, and including targeting mosques and other places. Facebook, again, has been slow to act.
Well, do you believe that Facebook provides sufficient public information about the ownership, management, and membership of neo-Confederate or white nationalist groups?
I think that's an interesting question. We are for sure in favor of privacy. That's why we support laws like the one in California. And I think it's extremely important that we mention activities, but again, when that line crosses over bullets dipped in pig's blood, like calls to action that are actively going to compromise people's lives and safety, we have to really be strident about the ways in which we're making that information public so people can protect themselves.
Okay, I do seconds here. YouTube has had some success limiting the prevalence of misinformation by adjusting its recommendation algorithms. Dr. Fareed, do you believe YouTube has the capacity to further adjust its algorithms to limit the spread of misinformation? And if so, why haven't these adjustments been implemented? I've got like 17 seconds. You have 17 seconds.
So the answer is yes, they have the ability. In late 2018, we saw upwards of 10% of the recommended videos being conspiratorial, and under public pressure, they've been able to reduce that to around 3%. They've always had the ability to do it. They simply have not.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And I thank all the witnesses, and I yield back.
It's Chair now recognizes Mr. Kinzinger for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all our witnesses for being here. Very much appreciated. Despite all the debate, I actually have yet to really take a position on whether to preserve Section 230. Given the potential, I definitely want to just take my time and be thoughtful. Sense is to make other legislative or regulatory attempts to bring about the change we want before we throw the baby out with the bathwater. If those options fail, we still have the ability to go back and amend or repeal it later. For example, I've introduced solutions to one subset of these issues, the fake accounts, which are under discussion today. One of them is H.R. 6586, the Social Media Accountability and Account Verification Act, which was referred to this committee. And I also have a second bill, it's H.R. 87, the Social Media Fraud Mitigation Act, which is related but was referred to the judiciary. Taken together, the bills seek to protect consumers by the operations of social media companies and punishing those who use fake accounts to cause harm to others. My office took on the task of trying to legislate or regulate companies without amending Section 230 or trampling on free speech, and it was certainly not easy. We consulted with attorneys, nonprofits, consumer advocates, industry, and more. And yes, we went to every, or almost nearly every Democrat on the two subcommittees represented here today to ask them to work with me on the bill and lead it with me. We offered to work with anyone to improve our language to try to garner broad support. To be fair, some did engage and provide constructive feedback, and I'm proud to say that much of the feedback was incorporated into the bill. I'm not saying this to be mean-spirited on anyone out by name, but as of today, and not for the last, I don't have a partner on the other side of the aisle to work with me. If my friends on the other side of the aisle don't like my bill or other ideas offered by my Republican colleagues, that's fine. It won't hurt my feelings. But we've put something out there. And so let's either work on this together or please put forward a reasonable solution of your own. I'm frustrated that we keep having the Section 230 conversation and we haven't found a path forward, or rather, it seems we can't even find an intersection where we're supposed to meet to chart a path forward. So I'll end my comments by once again inviting my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, or really any of my colleagues, use some Republican support as well to reach out so we can move this ball forward. But more broadly, whether we're talking about romance scams, fake profiles, massive coordinated disinformation effort, we clearly have a problem with the status quo. We've already talked whether you all think that social media companies are utilizing all their tools that they can to be able to take fraudulent activity. And Mr. Walden touched on the incentives for the companies, so I want to follow up on that. Putting aside the complexities of algorithm development, what other barriers are there in preventing the companies from implementing these safeguards?
I think we saw that when the platforms wanted to remove adult pornography or copyright information, they were able to do that. So really one of resources being put to research to deal with these issues. But there is real tension here, and we have to recognize it, which is that it is fighting up against the core business model. You're literally asking companies to reduce their profit. And look, that's a tough ask. And that's because the core business model is engagement and not one of the way, say, Netflix or Spotify or Amazon Prime is, where I pay a monthly fee and they get the money no matter what, and they just have to grow the user base. So there's tension here. And I think that tension is at the core of why it is difficult to get the companies to act on these issues.
So is the only real answer then government intervention in your mind?
I think there's two interventions. Healthy competition. Maybe it's time for better business model. We have to have a purely data-driven, ad-driven technology sector. Maybe there's a better business model. Maybe advertisers can say, you know what, we don't want our ads running against hateful, divisive, conspiratorial content. And then, of course, there's us, the user. I mean, so you could blame the people creating the fake content. You can blame the platform for amplifying it. But we're part of the problem too, sharing it, liking it, and retweeting it. So as an educator, I failure that we, the people, are part of the problem as well. And of course, there has to be sensible regulation. And I agree with you, Congressman, that you don't want to throw out 230 and you don't want to move too fast in this space and have unintended consequences. There's been many, many wonderful things from technology, and we have to think carefully and thoughtfully how modest change can help us get out of the mess that.
Well, thank you. And I have another question now.
I see the gentleman's time has expired. Thank you, Kinzinger. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, our witnesses have been terrific today, so thank you very much, all of you. I'd like to ask if the liability shield under Section 230 were today, what practical changes would the tech platforms like Facebook make? What would happen? I'll start with Ms. Collins-Dexter.
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
If the liability shield under Section 230 were eliminated today, what practical changes would we see like Facebook make?
Yeah, you know, I honestly don't know, and this is part of the reason why I think we need to have this conversation in a broader context, one about general corporate responsibility and corporate concentration, around like understanding what the research is telling us about 230. I know that it's time to have a serious conversation around 230 for sure, like privacy protections and a number of other factors to 230 before we've actually had a chance to talk about that is important. And
yeah, let me just
Mr.
chime
Overton?
in. Sure,
Yeah.
let me just chime in for a moment. We 230, and we need some form of 230 for a couple reasons. One, we want Black Lives Matter, we want the Tea Party, we want a variety of grassroots organizations to be able to participate and post their material without fear that the platforms feel like they're going to be sued, right? So it is important in terms of facilitating the speech of grassroots folks. It's an important provision, right? But like we said, there's some problems and there need to be some tweaks here. It's also important in terms of the original purpose was to facilitate content moderation, this notion that you're not responsible for everything that goes up. And again, as a result, you can have a lot of different voices up. But again, are discriminating and using your algorithms to make money, to target employment ads toward whites and away from Latinos.
It's worse than that, though, with the proliferation of child pornography and other illicit behavior. It goes beyond just the debate under free speech and the First Amendment. There's a lot of illicit activity that these tech platforms that use that liability shield to shield themselves.
That's absolutely right. And that's why we should think about reform rather than just, I think your initial point was, let's just kind of blow it up. What would happen if we repealed it completely, right? And I have a problem with just absolute, complete repeal, not just to the tech companies, average citizens in our democracy.
And I agree. Yeah, I agree, but there's some good news here. Of 230 come from C2, harbor for content moderation, right? We didn't want Prodigy to be punished for stopping child predators. We didn't want Prodigy punished when it tried and missed something. So we can keep C2. The problem is C1, which says you don't have to do any of that. My proposal is let's put that duty of care back in place. Let's keep C2 which keeps the internets and the platforms as an avenue from free expression. But let's tweak C1 so that they actually have to earn that. They actually have to exercise a duty of care to stop the illicit stuff. In exchange for that, that gets us the best of both worlds. We stop the illegal activity for free expression.
And Mr. Free?
Thank you. We have been being played out in Germany over the last few years with the law, which was addressing hate speech, terrorism, and extremism. What happened is when the Germans passed very strict laws on takedown, what happened is ramped up their human moderators. And they ended up sort of doing a good job. They just said, look, now the law mandates this with penalties up to 50 million euros for each failure. Guess what? They ramped up. They started getting better moderators, better technology, and the law actually existence proof that we can actually do better.
Thanks to all of you. I'll yield back. Thanks.
Thank you, General Elliott. Now it gives me pleasure to introduce my friend and fellow Pirate fan, Mr. Bilirakis, for 5 minutes.
We haven't lost the game yet, Mr. Chairman.
That's because we haven't played yet.
Yeah, you're right. We have a good shot with this short season, though. Okay, we'll get back to business. I want to thank the witnesses. As both Representative McKinley for the sale of illegal drugs on social media websites. As we know, there are two types of ad groups online. One, a private negotiation between the platform and the advisor. The other, where the advisor is the winner of a bid war for immediate available ad space, where the platform connected to the transaction. And this, how, if at all, can Section 230 be retrofitted to fairly provide platform accountability for advertisements of illegal products in both these circumstances, or is there another method to the problem?
Yeah, and I think
for Mr. Freed.
Sure, thank you, Congressman. I think if we fix 230 C1 and recreate the duty of care, we will make a lot of progress, right? Because then there actually is an incentive to solve the problem. And there's a legal consequence for failing to. If a nightclub selling of drugs in its nightclub, it can be culpable. But in the same scenario, a platform cannot because of C1. So I think we need to recreate that duty of what we see on the internet, whether it's illicit drugs, peddling of child pornography, cybercrime, fraud. There is a lack of a legal incentive that applies to everybody else who's not an online platform, whether they're traditional media or even just brick and mortar retail. And we need to write those incentives. We can save C2 so we get the free expression. That duty of care, just to require reasonable action. Right now, we don't have to take the word of everybody else, but we have to take the word of the platform. We're doing a good job. In fact, often they are. But there's no scrutiny of that. And that's why we need to fix the incentive.
Thank you. And again, for Mr. Freed, Section 230, as you mentioned in your written testimony, and then also here, states that a provider is protected from liability for any action voluntarily taken in good faith to restrict access to or availability of material that the provider or user considers to be obscene or otherwise objectionable. And that's a quote here. That is an exceptionally wide protection. What is your opinion? In your opinion, what would be required for a provider to fail that standard under the current language? And are you aware of any real world solutions where the standard was not met? Again, for Mr. Freed.
Sorry, I'm having a little mic trouble. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So when we're talking about speech, we do have to be a little more concerned, as Mr. Walden pointed out about the First Amendment, but there may be some value in the good faith provision, right? So if it's clear, right, Section 230 is meant to protect consumers, right? So an effort to protect consumers done in good faith is fine, but if there's evidence, and it would take evidence, but if there is evidence that there's a pretextual use of content moderation, it's not really to help consumers, but that's being used as a pretext for some other motive, then you might have a court say, well, okay, 230 doesn't apply. There are starting to be assumption of good faith, but I'd look for a discussion of that. What you'll, rather than protecting consumers, that may be a place to explore. That way you don't worry about regulating speech, but if it's clear that there is evidence that's not what they're doing is protecting consumers, then maybe they don't get the defense of 230. Now, that doesn't mean that they're necessarily culpable for anything. It just means they lost their liability shield. They had to have engaged in something illicit, but at least you can have that conversation. Have they done something? Have they violated a contract? Have they violated a law without using 230 as a shield when they're not really protecting a consumer?
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back my 35 seconds. Appreciate it very much. Thank the witnesses as well.
I thank the gentleman. Pleasure to introduce the gentleman from the great state, Mr. McNerney, for 5 minutes.
See, I think the chairs, members, and the panelists, this is a great hearing and great engagement, so thank you all. Last year, I sent a letter to Mr. Zuckerberg expressing concerns about the potential conflict of interest that Facebook faces between their bottom line and addressing the spread of political disinformation on their platform. I asked specific questions focusing on Facebook's handling of disinformation, but they did not answer my questions. I also asked Facebook some of these questions again when they testified before the committee earlier this year. Still, they refused to answer my questions. Professor, you spent a lot of time looking into these issues and working with communities to understand, with the companies to understand their practices. What is it that they are hiding?
Mark Zuckerberg is hiding the fact that he knows that hate, lies, and divisiveness are good for business. He's hiding the fact that content moderation is bad for business. Pops up these phony arguments to hide behind. And I think Mark Zuckerberg is hiding the fact model of maximizing engagement to maximize advertising dollars just stinks. It's bad for us as individuals, it's bad for society, it's bad for democracy, but it's awfully good for his bottom line to the tune of $70 billion last year. I continue to argue our core business model is the poison here. When you are in the attention-grabbing, ad-driven business, your job is to keep people on the platform possible. And we know that hate, divisiveness, conspiratorial drives business, and he knows this, and he is profiting off of the back of us as individuals, society, and democracies. And I think we should hold him accountable for that.
Well, thank you. That was a pretty strong statement, Professor. I appreciate it. Spencer, over for presenting this morning. Some Republicans in Washington have made demonstrably false allegations of anti-conservative bias on social media. But as the representative from Stockton, California, the most racially diverse city in the country, my concern is really about protecting the rights of all citizens. Professor, can you talk about some of the tactics that have been used to serve people and people of color on social media platforms? Also, with just 131 days to go before the general election, what tactics are you concerned about that will be used leading up to the November election?
Yes, thank you very much. And just to be clear, I don't think that we can equate content moderation, which is debatable, right, with voter suppression. I think very different things. So to kind of have reality like they're the same thing is wrong. This targeting of messages at particular communities is a primary device. So we see that. We saw that in 2016. We're seeing it in 2020. Certainly, you know, extensive fraud can certainly discourage people from participating and engaging, or messages that, hey, we're going to have law enforcement at every polling place. A variety of messages like that can certainly discourage participation, especially when they're targeted at a particular community.
Well, thank you. Professor Fareed has already addressed the question of what action the platforms could be taking and talked about the need for advertisers to act. I'd like to hear from the other witnesses, starting with Ms. Collins-Dexter. What are some of the steps that social media platforms could be taking right now that they aren't taking to combat the spread of disinformation on their platforms?
Thank you. So I think there's a lot to be said around the recommendations that folks have mentioned. Often when you're recommending other sources, it can take you down a dark rabbit hole. And we've seen that a couple of times with increased recommendations of white supremacists that's fixed around the content moderation. I think we need permanent civil rights infrastructure that in the executive level in the C-suite working with Mark Zuckerberg. I think it's really important that we see civil rights not as a partisan issue, but one that has implications across the board and that there's someone there that represents those interests.
Professor Overton in 17 seconds.
Civil rights, it's not partisan. It's a bipartisan issue. Facebook did this false dichotomy of like conservatives versus civil rights. That's completely wrong. People in both parties are committed to civil rights, and we need to stay firm with that.
Thank you. I ran out of time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. I thank the gentleman. I see my good friend, Mr. Johnson, appears to be in an automobile, hopefully in the passenger seat. So Bill, guys, for 5 minutes, and keep your eyes on the road if you're not in that passenger seat.
Hey, guy, Mr. Chairman, and I can multitask, so I'm okay. But thank you very much. Hey, it frustrates me when I hear these tech companies like Facebook and Google and Twitter and others hide behind the excuse that it's their algorithms that are making these decisions that they serve up to the American people. Look, I'm using computer science. We've talked about this before in other hearings. Algorithms are logic constructs that are built by humans, and the computers are told what to do. They don't own. And I also get frustrated because one of the main reasons that these technology platforms have been able to be as prolific and as powerful as they are is because they haven't been regulated. And in the sense of regulation, it takes the of social responsibility even that much higher to sell. So, Mr. Freed, in your testimony, you talk about how the tech industry is one of the only sectors that not from regulation before the fact, but they're also free from judicial scrutiny after the fact. Instead, Congress has delegated authority to these tech companies, to the actual tech companies themselves to self-regulate. How has this balance been struck in other related industries like the newspaper or broadcast industries? And what has been the effect of that balance?
Yeah, ordinarily it's one or the other. If you're regulated, ordinarily you might have some immunity for the regulated activity because your business model has been restricted. If you're not, ordinarily you are held culpable if you make a bad decision in designing your business model. The platforms have the best of both worlds, right? Still have a duty of care. In the New York Times versus Sullivan case, for example, right? The Supreme Court read there are First Amendment protections in holding a media defendant liable when there's a public official who's bringing a libel suit. But even in that case, they are subject to a knowledge or reckless disregard standard. So if they don't do their due diligence and are reckless of falsity, they can still be held culpable under a standard of care. They put a lot of effort into their fact-checking to avoid that sort of culpability. And of course, if it's not a public figure, there's even more potential culpability because it's not that high of a standard. But in a case where a platform or is recklessly disregarding falsity, they still can't be held culpable. And that gives them an advantage because they can avoid the ordinary costs of business in avoiding harm.
Well, I think I've lost my sound. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the remainder of my time. I apologize. I don't know why, but I can't.
You know what? We can hear you, Mr. We can hear you, Mr. Johnson. You still have 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Okay. Well, here goes my last question. And I appreciate what Mr. Freed just said. We've seen instances where the platforms for information distribution to instead acting as, and I agree with Mr. Freed, you can't. So, Mr. Freed, as edge platforms make this neutral bulletin boards of the 1990s to play content, has Section 230 given these platforms a leg up among their media industry competitors?
They don't have to be as sensitive to misinformation, to defamation, that every other responsible media organization has to be very concerned, right? They're pushing data. They're not worried as much about curating content, and that gives them an advantage.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. Mr. Chairman, in spite of my technical malfunction, I'll yield back a total of 15 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. Now it gives me pleasure to introduce Vermont's most popular congressman, Peter Welsh. Mr. Welsh, you guys for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to start out with two of my colleagues, Mr. Kinzinger and Mr. Johnson, and what he just said. Mr. Kinzinger asked the question as to whether it is time to pull the plug and to say that Congress has to act on Section 230. And that would be Congress making decisions about what a duty of care is, and making a decision whether to provide regulatory authority to oversee that. My view is ask the witness what they believe it is, or can we continue to leave that up to Collins Dexter, just very briefly?
Yeah, if I understand you, I think you're saying more whether or not we should do regulation. Sorry, you cut out.
Law and regulation.
Yes, we absolutely need it. I think it's important that
I just want to go through this really quick. And Mr. Fareed.
Absolutely. We've been waiting for years, Congressman, for the tech industry to self-regulate, and they haven't. So we have to make some changes.
Okay. And Mr. Freed?
Don't eliminate 230, but fix it.
Okay. And Professor Overton?
Yes, we need some changes.
And I'm something that I think is what I'm seeing, the situation. You have a case like the typical defense from the tech companies about, quote, interfering, as they put it, with Section 230 is that 230 they cite, and this committee years ago was the author of Section 230, has made us the biggest internet in the world. Now, Mr. Zuckerberg's argument is essentially, look how rich I am. That's how successful Section 230. But the casualty more and more is democratic discussion and democratic debate. And this is where I want to go to Mr. Johnson. The Zuckerberg defense is that he doesn't want to monitor speech. But as a number of you have said, and Mr. Johnson pointed out, the algorithm is something, number one. And number two, as Professor Overton pointed out, it's not about speech. It's about peddling the conflicting content that will get the most hits and produce the most money. Can each of you comment as to whether you see that as an ongoing threat to our democratic debate and dialogue? And I'll start with you.
Was that Freed or Fareed? If it was Freed, I would say fix the incentives and the rest will fix it.
Pardon me?
I'd say fix the incentives and the rest will fix itself. We don't need to regulate them. We just need to give them the same incentive everybody else has to moderate their content, protect consumers, and know that if they're reckless, they're going to be culpable.
All right. Reed.
You're absolutely right, Congressman. They have designed the algorithms to promote the hate and the divide. They can optimize it differently. They just need the right incentives, whether that's regulatory, advertising, or competition.
And let me go to Overton. The question I think many of us have, and my colleague John Sarbanes has raised this before, can Section 230 freedom for these platforms to do anything they want, where the algorithm is about intensifying division, coexist with decent democratic debate, or become the casualty of the other?
Well, so far one has become the casualty of the other. And part of the problem here is that the platforms have not taken the steps they need to protect civil rights. They have the authority. They have the power. They haven't used it effectively. They haven't responded here. So that is the problem. And, I do believe that the status quo is untenable.
I thank you very much for this excellent hearing, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank the gentleman for yielding back. Let's see now who's next. Chair recognizes Mr. Flores for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for hosting this hearing. Mr. Freed, thank you for appearing here today and for your thoughtful testimony. In particular, I appreciate your sensitivity to preserving personal context of suggesting practical and effective solutions to the spread of disinformation. As you succinctly observed earlier, Section 230 was created to, quote, one, help a nascent online industry to develop into a forum for user-generated content, and two, to stem the growing spate of harmful behavior on the internet, unquote. I think we can all agree it succeeded beyond on the first goal to grow the industry, but it's fallen of stemming harmful behavior for the second part. You've recommended recalibrating Section 230 to restore a duty of care by requiring internet platforms to take reasonable, good faith steps to prevent illicit use of their services as a condition of receiving Section 230's protection. In other words, holding the platforms accountable when they act with negligent, reckless, or willful disregard. Can you elaborate on what it's like in practice and how that becomes operational? In other words, what is the dynamic that makes this approach successful?
So it's all about incentives. I think a number of the witnesses have talked about it. Every other non-platform has a duty, right? If they let their facilities be used to harm, don't take reasonable steps, they can be held accountable. That's really what we want. No one can question them right now when they say, we've done enough, we're being reasonable. And again, in many cases they may be, and they'll be vindicated when they are. But when they're not, and you can't question it, victims are left with no remedy. Often they can't even get discovery. As the court says, oh, sorry, it's a content moderation issue, you can't even question whether the platforms are being responsible. Are they being willful disregard of a lot of awful stuff happening? If you create that duty of care, you solve that problem. Platform's so big. It's the content moderation safe harbor to promote free expression. That's the good part. That's what I think everyone wanted to do. That's what Congress wanted to do to address the Prodigy case, to help the good actor, the good Samaritan, unfortunately protects the bad Samaritan.
Let's dig a little bit further into this. How do we determine what constitutes a reasonable, good faith steps to prevent illicit use? And can you provide an example of a model to illustrate? That would be very helpful.
Sure. The reasonableness is not hard. That's the standard everybody lives on if you're not a platform, right? And so if you're acting negligently or recklessly, you can be held accountable. We don't really have to define that. There's plenty of precedent. The good faith is a little more of a challenge. But again, I think the key there, and again, we have to, that the good faith provision tends to come up more in a speech context than an illicit activity context. But are they really trying to moderate to protect consumers? Is it a pretext? Are they using the claim of content moderation not to protect consumers to accomplish some other objective? If there is evidence of that, then you can actually say, okay, let's strip away the protection of 230 because this is not about protecting consumers. This is not being done in good faith. Then you have a question, which is, have they really done something illicit? They may not have. Speech issue, even if they don't get protection of 230, the First Amendment will protect them. It's, have they violated? Once you get rid of the 230 protection, then you can ask that question. Many times they won't have violated a duty. Unfortunately, there are cases where I think duty, that's the incentive we need to fix.
Okay, great to have you join us with the committee again today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flores. He yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes. You need to unmute, Tony.
Got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate this opportunity, and ranking member, chairman and ranking members and women to have this important hearing. The issues that come to mind to me for Americans is that we have a lot of major problems, and Americans don't know who to believe or where to get their information and what to believe. So people are confused about what's news and what's commentary. The leaders of credibility in the hearts and minds of Americans for generations, and that's a good thing. We have a big problem when we have a president who is missed to the loudest megaphones in the land. And by virtue of the megaphone and his affinity for making false claims, in the biggest transmitter of misinformation and disinformation he's become. According to one database, as of April 3rd, 2020, President Trump has made 18,000 false claims during his time in office. Even if they only have that half right, you're still approaching 10,000 times of the most powerful person in the world giving misleading or misinformation. We all know a few of the most recent claims, the use of hydroxychloroquine to cure the coronavirus, which the FDA has now said not to use because the medicine has failed trials, or the constant rhetoric of the Hispanic invasion. He has used this word at least 24 times when referring to Latinos and Latina immigrants or asylum seekers. Even after a shooter killed 20 people in El Paso, referenced the Hispanic invasion, Trump warned yet again of a looming invasion and claimed without any evidence whatsoever that a caravan of migrants headed to the border had been infiltrated by gang members. He even sent U.S. troops to the border, insisting that the operation was necessary to keep our country safe. But after the election was over, there wasn't another peep about an invasion. Troops were quietly called back. When the public reacts and tweets, sometimes he and his staff walk things back and say he was just kidding. Well, more than just confusing disinformation and misinformation are harmful to the things that are harmful to the people of this great nation when they come from a supposed leader and can have even more dangerous consequences for marginalized communities. Dexter, in your testimony, you mentioned disinformation campaigns that have used social media to inflame racial divisions and hostility. The president loves to use inflammatory rhetoric, however inaccurate, to sow hate and discord between Americans. Can you explain the long-term and short-term consequences and impacts of disinformation and misinformation from the president on disenfranchised and underrepresented populations?
Thank you, Congressman. There's one, the safety of people offline. We've seen an increase white nationalist hate crimes carried out against Latinx, Asian, Black communities, Muslim communities, and part of that stems from what we're seeing in closed groups. Also, voter suppression, as Dr. Overton has talked about, seen a lot of that. We've talked extensively about Black attacks. It's actually been woefully underreported how much disinformation around voting has next communities and actually was targeted through the Russian troll farms. And so there's a number of ways in which we see fractures in our democracy and ability to live that come from disinformation online being figures, particularly those that are validated.
Thank you. And our panelists, if you could explain Section 230, being that some of these firms are now the largest corporations in America, apparently having revenues in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year. Are they adhering to 230 when it comes to the possibility of interfering with their revenue? In other words, do they have enough resources to be more technology adherent and also hire more individuals so that they can actually do their due diligence and adhere to the spirit while still giving themselves the opportunity to continue their business model? Okay, no panelists have an opinion about whether or not it's a shortage of resources for companies like Facebook and others. Okay, all right. Well,
shortage of resources. When Facebook makes $70 billion a year, it's a problem. This is a priority problem.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Okay, thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ms. Brooks for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for this incredibly important hearing. I want to talk about the practical aspects. When we had Mark Zuckerberg testify before our committee now a couple of years ago, I actually asked him the question about promulgation of terrorist messaging. I had a constituent who actually had been beheaded by ISIS. I'm a former U.S. attorney and prosecuted many child exploitation cases and talked about still the proliferation of child exploitation over the internet. And he talked about the number of content moderators that the company had hired, that they were hired. Dr. Fareed, I'd like you to talk a little bit about the practical aspects of how content moderators work. And I believe, Dr. Collins-Dexter, you might have mentioned that content moderators are often not in this country, not aware of this. Can both of you quickly talk about how the platforms actually use content moderators? And then also, I've recently heard that they sued these platforms because of really kind of the type of work that they do.
Yeah.
So I'm very...
I think you're right to be concerned, Congresswoman. So first of all, most of the moderators, the vast majority, are not employees of Facebook. They are third-party vendors. There have been horrific stories of their misuse. They're underpaid. They're overworked. They have PTSD within weeks of working because they are looking at the absolute worst and horrific content that you can't even imagine online, and they are not given the mental health issues or the resources to deal with it. Outsource some of the ugliest work that they have to do, and I think that they should be ashamed of themselves. They don't have enough moderators. They're very happy to trot out the number of moderators, but the reality is spending fractions of a second looking at a piece of content and having to look at that for 8-10 hours straight, day after day after day. These are horrific working conditions, and that's why some of the really good investigative journalists have called out these companies for horrific treatment of this. Worked in the child sexual exploitation space, that when the National Center for Missing Exploited Children or the Canadian Center for Child Protection does content moderation, they greatly limit to only a few hours a day what moderators will see. They have mental health issues, they have breaks, they take care of the people who are doing the dirty, ugly work, and Facebook is simply not.
Thank you. And I must say that because I was a prosecutor in these types of cases, I did witness some of this, and it is horrific. And so thank you for your time. But what we have to have content and is your suggestion through either more reporting, more transparency, that the world understand what is being allowed on these platforms?
Moving to, first of all, is not doubling, but quadrupling 10-factor moderators so they can spend less and less time looking at this material to minimize. We should be deploying technology to mitigate moderators have to look at. The goal should be, you're always going to need human moderators to make the difficult call. Technology can do better and better at this. We've seen that successful in the child sexual exploitation space. Simply, again, an issue of investment. So we have more moderators than we have. We have to treat them better. They have to have mental health issues, and we need to start deploying technology in a much more effective way to minimize the harm to the human moderators.
Thank you. I'm going to shift very briefly. Dr. Collins-Dexter, you mentioned in your the Office of Congresses. I'm on the bipartisan committee on modernization of Congress, and we have talked about renewing Congress's in the House, the Office of Technology. Can you talk about what role you believe that would play, or you think in order to help us move forward in these very difficult understanding of this type of problem? What was your recommendation there?
Yeah, so I mean, two more things on content moderation. A, when we first went to Facebook 5 years ago and told them about the hate speech and violent threats online, they told us that their content understand how racism looked in the US, and that's why they were false positive. Also, they've cut back a lot, which in a time of coronavirus is a big deal. Shout out to my mother-in-law who worked at the Library of Congress, and she did a lot of bipartisan research around technology. And one of the things they said is that when they took the partisanship out of the research, they were actually able to do a lot and invest in innovation in communities.
Gentlemen, thank you. Time. Chair now recognizes Congress for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all that are testifying today. As we've established, many people, especially young people, use social media as their primary source of obtaining news. And also, as we've established, unfortunately, through COVID and recent protests, there's been a lot of misinformation and disinformation. Ms. Collins-Dexter and Mr. Overton, social media platforms have used a variety of approaches to reduce misinformation on their platforms, removing or down ranking misinformation that doesn't pass fact-checking by independent organizations, up-ranking and featuring authoritative content from recognized health authorities, changing their user experience design to introduce friction and being more transparent about the use of machine learning to moderate content. Should they be used on other topics that create similar harm, such as the census, political protests, or voting? And what other approaches should they be using now? Either one of you can start.
Tim, do you want to start?
Sure. Thanks so much. Certainly, I know that they have fallen short in some ways with COVID here, and Dr. Fareed, I defer to him, but I would also just say they have been doing a better job with COVID-19 than they have with regard to voting rights. So I would agree with you that they need to, they do a good job on obscenity, they could do a good job on some other areas. They need to adopt some of these practices. Some of it is technology and investing in, some of it is changing definitions about what to be moderated in terms of voter suppression, in terms of misrepresentations about long lines, et cetera. That stuff needs to be included as well from a policy standpoint.
I agree. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think we have been asking them for years to make certain changes, and it is mind-boggling how quickly they were able to scale up in a couple weeks into when disinformation was exploding. Fortunately, it was a little bit, there was a lot of Black disinformation that we've been tracking. I'll be releasing a report later this on how much had traveled before they cracked down. But I think what we see time and time again is that the urgency that they feel around other issues, we're talking about white nationalism or things anti-Black disinformation.
Thank you. Professor Fareed, in your testimony, you mentioned how video recommendation algorithms can accelerate disinformation, create a feedback loop. What incentive is there for social media companies to stop their current practices if it's generating balls or more ad revenue? And how should companies intervene? And is there a specific approach you believe platforms should take for viral content review?
Good. So the first thing to understand is that on YouTube, for example, 70% watched videos are those that are recommended by you, not just organically you clicking on a video. So they are controlling what we see, number one. Number two, when, for example, YouTube was called out over and over again for not online, Disney withheld advertising dollars, and then YouTube made changes. Similarly, when they started getting called out for horrific, dangerous, and deadly conspiracies, they eventually made changes. So there are real hard technological problems here. There are difficult content moderation problems, but we have not even come close to that line yet. The issue is, as we've been talking about, is just a misalignment of incentives. So they profit with eyeballs. Conspiratorial, hateful, and divisiveness maximizes eyeballs. So in regulatory oversight, an advertising boycott, or better platforms emerge, their incentives are not there. And so we have to sort of give them those incentives.
Okay. And then how should companies intervene? And is there a specific approach you believe platforms should take for viral content?
Absolutely. So when content, and you're starting to see this, goes viral, there needs to be human or algorithmic moderation. If something has 2 views, I'm not worried about it right now, but when those things spike, and they know when they spike because the recommendation, they have to have extra scrutiny. And that just means putting the resources to that.
Thank you so much.
Let me just emphasize one more thing too, Pierre. You have to understand that on social media, the half-life of a post is measured in hours. So this is not something you can come to a week later or a month later. You have literally minutes to deal with these things as they go viral because they happen very, very fast.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the witnesses, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Hudson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Doyle, Member Latta, Chairwoman Schakowsky, and Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers holding this joint hearing today. An excellent discussion. The United States is a country founded on the principle of free speech and the free exchange. This is one of the principles that truly makes our nation great. However, I'm disturbed by political censorship and liberal bias that has consumed social media platforms. Just yesterday, it's been mentioned earlier, to censor another one of President Trump's tweets that oppose the establishment of an autonomous zone in Washington, D.C., similar to the one that we see in Seattle. This divisiveness we are discussing here today is real. Companies are openly suggesting they support the free expression of ideas so long as they're the same as their own. This does nothing but undermine free speech and divide our nation. As we examine how online disinformation further exacerbates issues and further divides our nation, we must realize the consequences of our actions and policy proposals. To be clear, deliberately misleading anyone about medical COVID-19 virus is dangerous and wrong. Spreading hate speech or disparaging others based on their race is also dangerous and it is wrong. On the other hand, when we discuss reform of the internet, we must be deliberate. We cannot stifle the innovation which has given us the greatest tool. Without the internet and social media, our spread of critical information related to COVID-19 would have been slowed and could have cost thousands of lives. Additionally, it was a social media post that first told the world about the death of George Floyd, and the protests and demonstrations that have followed take advantage of things like hashtags, Facebook groups, and live streaming to share with the world their message in a way that was not a few years ago. Mr. Freed, a lot of the testimony we've heard is focused on reforms of the Communications Decency Act. In your testimony, you lay out several reforms that you restore the original intent of the law while protecting free expression. If Congress does go too far, in your opinion, by regulating some of the risks we're taking, would we be able to have dialogues and civic engagement that we've come to enjoy on our social media platforms?
The good news is I'm not proposing regulation, right? Regulation is usually limiting a business model in advance, saying discretion. That's not the proposal on the table, right? What we're talking about is applying a duty of care. You have all the discretion you want in the front end. All we're saying is that if you make a bad decision, then you can be held culpable like every other business in America. I think that avoids the harm of regulation. We don't want to stifle innovation. We don't have to. Let them innovate. But if they innovate wrong, if they are careless and reckless, like every other business in America, held to account. If they're doing nothing wrong, and they often aren't, everything's fine. But when they are, we can it. And that's incentive. So let's take the regulation off the table. I think we're going to chill in innovation by holding them to the same duty of care as everybody else. We do have to be careful on speech. And so I think there, we've got to be very careful. It's a lot on illicit conduct. Maybe there's some room in the good faith requirement. If the meaning to that in a careful way about pretext, I think that can go a long way in solving some of our speech concerns.
That makes sense to me. And, Mr. Flores asked you about some of your ideas under your, quote, reasonable good faith steps. But my question, I guess, would be, how would that be enforced? What would that look like?
I'm sorry, again, was that Freed or Fareed? Is that for me?
That's for you.
Again, so every other company in America, right, is subject to a duty of care. They deal with it every day, and so they take reasonable steps. This would largely be self-enforcing. We'd be lining up incentives. If they're going to be reckless, right, if they're going to allow, going to combat the distribution of drugs over their platforms, their business does to make sure their facilities aren't misused, they'll be held accountable. I don't think there's a lot to do other than to recreate the duty of care that applies to everybody else.
Well, thank you for that. And I'm running low on time, but Ms. Collins-Dexter, I want to ask you quickly, throughout your career, you've worked on many successful campaigns and initiatives. Could you share with us how social media has been utilized as a tool for your efforts, as well as for some current projects? How do you think various movements that seek to change society have benefited from an individual's ability to participate through?
Groups have always benefited from new technologies as an opportunity for the voices of the unheard to be heard, whether it's through books, whether it's through media, whether it's through technology. When left in the hands of corporations, and it becomes that actually those voices end up getting drowned out more and more. Part of what we're seeing now in social media, like as we have not been regulating these companies, more and more this idea of what free speech looks like is operating on a sliding scale where it's free for some and costly for others.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes my good friend, Ms. Dingell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chairwoman Schakowsky for holding this important hearing. And the good news for all the witnesses that by the time you get to me, it means you're getting close to the end. But this subject, this is important to me. And I want to say to my colleague, Mr. Hudson, it's not just the conservative unions have in the last couple of weeks sent a letter. Facebook's taken down the use of the word unionization, which has been very disturbing with the UAW because it was being taken down from sites where some really specific issues were being discussed. So I want my colleagues to know it's really an issue on both sides. How do we talk about it and how do we define it? And I am worried about how disinformation and spreads like wildfire. Figure out how do we address it? How do we protect that free speech? But so, for instance, I've been to many protests over the last 2 weeks. I don't look like someone who have been at 17 of them, but I have. And I have had several people come up to me. I had a constituent who was suspended for a week for saying that people were going to die because they weren't wearing masks. And yet somebody else who had been at that vigil had threatened with guns. She was suspended for a week, and Facebook did not take down the "I have guns, I can protect." There's an inconsistency that just makes you have no metrics by which to judge how they're making decisions, and I would really beg to differ with that. But let me start with have you seen other examples of platforms not applying their terms of services in uniform fashion, and have you seen an uptick in these kind of disparities in recent months?
Absolutely. I think, to be clear, all of the platforms have demonstrated some level of issue with applying the rules unevenly, particularly when it comes to more prominent figures.
Mr. Freed, I can see you nodding your head too, so.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's easy to pick on Facebook. They're the biggest, but all the services from Reddit to TikTok to YouTube to Google to Twitter, they're all struggling under the weight. But it's their weight. They built these things at scale and at a speed without putting the proper safeguards in place. So they don't then get to turn around and say, well, it's hard. You built this mess and now you have to fix it.
And Congresswoman Spencer Overton, just wanted to, it's definitely debatable about content and what should be regulated, definitely, by the platforms. The issue, though, is that these are private entities. And so, for example, talks about free speech. Free speech is really about government, right? If we were to basically say Facebook had to have everything, they couldn't remove threats, harassment, sexual privacy invasions, etc. So we definitely want transparency and more consistent content moderation. But I do think that us as free speech opens the door to a lot of negative hate, a lot of violations of basic civil rights here that we don't want to occur.
I agree with you, and I really want. I have another question. I'm running out of time, but I really fear that the become a tool of fear and hatred. And whenever I talk about the Second Amendment, the death threats that I get that aren't taken down are sort of stunning. But Mr. Fareed, I'm running out of time. Arizona's seen a spike in daily COVID cases. At the beginning of this month, there were roughly 200 new cases per day. Today, that number is over 3,500 daily new cases. President Trump held an event in Phoenix, which is a new COVID hotspot. Thousands of people attended the event without wearing masks and without socially distancing. When asked why they weren't taking the precautions, they told reporters that they didn't believe reported deaths, that they were overstated, and they didn't believe the disease. Given your research, what do you make of these statements? And do you believe that online platforms are doing enough to curtail the deadly and misinformation?
So first of all, I don't think they're doing enough. And we've seen this. We've seen the misinformation apocalypse, and we've seen it propagate down to where people are making decisions affecting their health and their neighbor health and those in this country. And I think that is a deadly consequence of allowing this type of misinformation to.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Gianforte for 5 minutes.
And thank you to all the panelists. This has been a very good. I created my business on the back of the internet in the early 2000s. We eventually grew that from an extra bedroom in our home to one of the largest employers in Montana. We had 1,100 employees, and our website had about 8 million unique visitors every single day. We're a good example that the internet has removed geographic barriers that previously prevented global businesses from operating in rural Montana and rural America. But the internet can also have negative effects. Platforms can amplify similar voices and stifle others without much clarity. In a time we're forced indoors, misinformation had an even effect. I understand how important Section 230 can be, especially for a small business which doesn't have the resources of a large one. It's an important shield. It also comes with a sword. There's been concern that certain companies are using their size to stifle certain voices. I believe it might be a lack of understanding by companies based in Silicon Valley. Back in March of last year, Missoula-based Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation reached out to my office because one of their advertisements by Google over concerns of animal. The ad featured a woman talking about growing up hunting. There were no dead animals. There was no animal cruelty. It promoted our hunting. As an avid hunter and outdoorsman myself, I know how many Montanans rely on hunting to provide for food for their families and as a way to enjoy our great outdoors. Many businesses in Montana promote hunting and fishing, as it is their means to sell their outdoor sporting goods products. Will their businesses be denied the opportunity to advertise on a platform that owns a large portion of the market? Will they have to reach out to their member of Congress every time there's a, quote, misunderstanding? Well, there have been some troubling examples. I've appreciated the and willingness to engage from these platforms. We got the problem fixed. It just took a lot of work. It's difficult to regulate a dynamic industry, and hastily rushed to draft legislation could have more unintended consequences than solutions. Mr. Freed, in your testimony, you put work together for a solution. I'm interested in what effect you think over prescriptive legislation, what sort of negative impacts would overly prescriptive legislation have on the sector?
Continue. I really am not advocating regulation, right? We want all the experimentation. We want business models like the ones you talked about for your business. That's the innovation, right? And so you get the experimentation by not regulating. You get protection for free expression from the safe harbor of C2. What we need to do is just say, innovate, experiment, but know that you're going to be held accountable for your own decisions. Every other business does that. It's responsibility, it's business responsibility. That will solve a lot of this. We don't have to be prescriptive. And the other beauty of this is you don't have to come up with different legislation every single ill on the internet. If you line up the incentives, the platforms will solve their own problems because they don't want to be sued, right? That's what every other business does. We don't have to decide there's a solution for that. Make them accountable for their own actions like every other.
Okay, thank you. And just as a follow-on to that, innovation often happens in these small businesses. I'm concerned as we look at public policy here that as small compete with large businesses, that and I understand your concept of duty of care. How should that apply differently for small businesses versus large business, so we don't stifle? Doesn't the duty of care doesn't create a duty of burden so big that small companies can't actually innovate?
So the great news is it already is sort of, it solves its own problem. Reasonableness is a flexible standard. And certainly a large company resources, what's reasonable for that company is different for a small company, right? So the reasonableness standard will adjust to the size of the platform. The small startup doesn't have as many users to moderate, isn't in 12 lines of business, has fewer uses. So if it starts knowing I'm accountable for what I do, it will build responsibility by design. It'll start small and responsible. And as it grows, added resources to deal with other issues as they pop up.
Thank you.
I think it solves its own problem.
Thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes Ms. Blunt Rochester for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the other chair and ranking members, especially Professor Overton, who I've had an opportunity to work with on future work issues. I say thank you. I'm struck with this hearing because of the significance and the timeliness of it. I think back to when we had this conversation about Section 230 months ago, and the fact that at that time we talked about the lack of diversity and inclusion in some of these platforms, and in some of these, even when we talk about algorithms, or we talk about humans who are have biases, that it impacts what we get out of this system. And now we are facing COVID-19, a pandemic, on top of address racial and social issues that our country has long been plagued with. And what these platforms do are magnify the current situation. And as we've seen, they're also exploiting and actually and while there are good portions of the internet and good things about these platforms, one of the challenges now, we have a sense of urgency. The questions now are life and death. People can die if there's misinformation out there about COVID-19. People can, violence is incited in people and they go out because of what they're reading on these platforms that are artificially targeting them. And our democracy can die. So the sense of urgency I have, while today, what is beautiful is that I'm hearing them all say, we have to face this. But it's to those platforms and to those tech companies, we're putting you on notice. This is our country, and this is really important. And so for this moment, a lot of Americans, millions are asking themselves individually and collectively, what can I do? And so I'm hoping that Reddit and YouTube, everybody, you're holding up a mirror to yourselves. I'm going to ask a question. First of all, I'm going to share, Mr. Chairman, I've submitted a letter into the record to Mr. Zuckerberg, supported by 42 members of Congress and by organizations, including the Leadership Conference, Color of Change, and the Joint Center. And I hope that this committee will consider having Mr. Zuckerberg in, and that he will see this moment as a wake-up call. And in that, I wanted to mention that in 2018,
so ordered.
Thank you, sir. In 2018, Facebook hired an independent third party to conduct a civil rights audit. And we now have the results of the first two. And Ms. Collins-Dexter, the second audit report underscores the changes in policy Facebook was to take to address voter suppression. And the independent auditor stated that Facebook would implement new policies to further address these issues, such as on don't vote ads. Has Facebook followed through on these new policies?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Facebook consistent on following through on what they need to do. And I want to be, Facebook brought in Laura Murphy, formerly of the ACLU, to conduct a third-party audit. She did an Airbnb audit, which resulted in clear changes that still exist to this day, including infrastructure, permanent civil rights infrastructure. She at Facebook appears to have been, I feel like, in terms of like what she recommends and how we see that play out in terms of like policy. And though we've seen them move baby steps forward, we have no faith that they're actually going to go nearly as far as they need to. And to your points are so incredibly high right now. We have to move with urgency.
Thank you. The question of violence, the chairman has already pointed out the statement of the president, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, and that Mr. Zuckerberg refused to take that comment down. Ms. Collins-Dexter, please explain how this irresponsible policy by Facebook has the real potential to turn into violence.
We've seen people directly impacted by violence in real ways. We've seen hate crimes go up significantly. We have had a lot of threats directed at us. I've had threats directed at me. The stakes are super real. And one thing I do want to say, innovation, I think at its best when government steps in and actually lays a new lay of the land and makes something possible, like through the New Deal and other moments in time, we see that innovation actually run. I think that's what we need to be doing right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you, gentlelady. Chair now recognizes Mr. Carter for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of our panelists for being here today. We appreciate it. Great discussion. I want to start with you, Mr. Freed, Neil. When we talk about online disinformation, I think it's important for us to, and how this applies to the COVID right now. I think that's very important because a lot of the disinformation, particularly in regards to false health benefits, is awesome. And I wanted to ask you, I've got a bill, it's called the Combating Pandemic Scams Act, and it really requires the federal government to push out best practices and awareness, and really requires them to assimilate information about some of these scams and put them in a database so people can learn about it. How do you see this fitting into the larger online picture of disinformation?
I think it would be great to have that impediment right now, which is who is data would be very valuable to feed into that database. When we see patterns of misinformation coming from particular websites or particular names, they're often bogus names, but there's pattern recognition here. If you see a certain name associated with every single misinformation site about COVID in a certain time span, cybersecurity experts can say, aha, here's a pattern. Next time we see information coming from this website, let's be suspect. That's helps cyber experts. It might even help algorithms, right? If we want to prioritize or deprioritize, it helps to know, is this a site that's likely purveying misinformation? But we've lost access to a lot of WHOIS data because of GDPR. I'd love to get that data back so we can build exactly those.
Do you think it's important for the public to be brought up to date and to be kept up to date with this kind of information on these kind of ongoing scams?
Sure, and actually there still are some databases, but they're growing stale because we're losing access to that WHOIS data.
Let me ask you another question. On June 22nd, the Wall Street Journal editorial board put out a piece about how the recent social justice movement has begun to move organizations to punish people for exercising their First Amendment rights on social media platforms. And we've talked about that all throughout this discussion today, and we all understand what a difficult place we're in and how this can be done, but it's got to be done carefully. We understand that, but despite the fact that some of the opinions were not negative in any ways, they were still removed. You're here. Do you see a danger and potentially creating a mentality or could compromise people's First Amendment rights?
As you point out, we have to be very sensitive when we're talking about speech. And I think that the best solution there is what a lot of both the witnesses and about, which is first transparency. What are the policies, right? What are the terms of service, right? What are you going to be? What are the standards going to be? And process, right? Who's been taken down for what reason? How can they appeal that? If we can track that information, some sort of like often transparency reports. Some of this is probably already being gathered. That kind of transparency will make sure we know why someone's being taken down, if there's been a mistake, how they can fix it, and we can see patterns over time. Then maybe we know, good faith, has there not been good faith?
We've been talking about this subject for quite a while, for a long time. Even when you were still on committee, we were talking about it. And the message that I think we're all giving to the platform owners and to those running the platforms is you need to do it to yourself before we have to do it to you. It's across to them. I don't know. I don't want to have to do that. I don't want the federal government, because I'm really fearful that we're going to suppress innovation, and I don't want to see us do that. So that's my concern here. Let me ask you one final question. Combating disinformation is certainly important, and I believe it's also important to note that the suppression of real information doesn't fit a political narrative. For instance, there are some media platforms that like to emphasize the good things that the governor of New York has been doing, and he has been doing some good things. To mention some of the things like putting patients in nursing homes, putting COVID-19 patients infected in nursing homes, which is the absolute worst thing you could do. How do you balance between that? How do we balance on both sides?
Again, let's try, because that's how we analyze data and figure out what really is happening. And then it's back to the marketplace of ideas. The more platforms there are, the more avenues for expression, you make sure that the good data comes out, and those will attract consumers. And again, that's the benefit of keeping the content moderation safe harbor of 230. So we have all those platforms, all those opinions expressed. Just something really nefarious happening, there's accountability for the platform.
Gentleman's time is expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes Mr. Wahlberg for 5 minutes.
There we go. Thanks for this hearing. It's something whose time has come. Let me follow up briefly on Leader Walden's interest in having Jack Dorsey back before the committee. I'd like to read a New York Times article from yesterday on how Mr. Dorsey, financial transactions company Square, is withholding payments to thousands of small enterprises with little warning who are desperately in need of these funds to stay afloat during the pandemic. And when these folks attempted to use Mr. Dorsey's other company, Twitter, to complain, they were blocked. Like that.
Not objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Freed, it almost goes without saying in relation to that the courts have strayed away from the original behind Section 230. The advocacy courts that we have today strayed away from a lot, so this shouldn't surprise us. Can you please explain how implementation of Section 230 over the last 2 decades has not squared with its purpose?
Sure, Congressman. So this really, as we, I think, all know now, started as a libel case. It was about Prodigy, who was doing the right thing, being a good Samaritan, missed something, and was punished for it, right? They were essentially, were told, they weren't punished, but they could have been held culpable because of their good faith efforts. That's what I think got Congress's concerns. That's what led, now Senator Wyden, Congressman Cox, to rightly point out we were actually discouraging people from moderating. It's supposed to be about. Unfortunately, it was written in a way that's been interpreted to do much more than that. It doesn't just, so the first problem is it doesn't just protect the that's doing content moderation. It protects those that are doing no content moderation, inadequate content moderation, and the bad Samaritans. That's the first problem. It also has grown way beyond information, right? So now we know it's applying to almost every gig economy, sex, other than Sesta Fosta now, still have a problem with child pornography, sexually explicit materials, sale of drugs. And this C1 provision is being used to apply to all of that. That was never anybody's intention. Unfortunately, the language is amenable to that interpretation. If we fix C1, I think a lot of our problems get a lot better. It doesn't make everything go away, but I think even just that change, and it can be modest, can make a lot of good and help a lot of these problems that every witness here is saying is a problem. It's every witness here. It's most witnesses at most of the panels and hearings you've been having. And it's all the victims, right? All of us are saying the status quo isn't working. Something has to change.
Yeah, and seeing the nodding of heads, I think we are in agreement on that and needs to move forward. Let me, Mr. Freed, you put forward in your proposal, in your testimony, that Congress should, and I think we've all talked about amending reasonable duty of care in order to earn the liability protections under law. And we've discussed that quite a bit today, but could you expand on any key guiding principles that ought to be there for Congress to consider retaining and modifying the liability protections in Section 230? The guiding principles, those overriding guiding principles.
Save C2. Content moderation safe harbor is important. That was the goal. Let's save that. Let's not try and regulate everything, right? We don't want a patchwork, right? That would be harmful. But if you write the incentives and recognize the different speech and illicit conduct, I think those are the guiding principles, right? So add to that transparency, and I think you can make a modest change to 230 that fixes the problem, but saves all the benefit that has led to what is a wonderful internet. I mean, I don't want to be seen as a Luddite. The internet is great, but we can keep the great parts of the internet and fix the problems from a misincentive in Section 230.
Thank you. I'll yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. I note that Mr. Sarbanes has waved on to the committee, and it gives me great pleasure now to recognize him for 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
You're fine.
Excellent. Well, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this hearing panel. I appreciate all the testimony. I've been listening for the last 2 or 3 hours because it's a very important topic. So we know that hostile actors, both foreign and domestic, sadly have grown quite sophisticated in exploiting these platforms, these social media platforms, to sow discord, to widen political division, and far too often, as we've heard, to suppress people's vote. Yet, as this hearing has shown, these platforms have been reluctant to deploy the full suite of their proven tools to combat the known threat. And it just doesn't have to be this way, from what I understand. While not perfect, the response to the COVID-19 outbreak has at least given us a rough how they can proactively, and I emphasize that word, proactively provide users with accurate information about our democracy, about our elections, while keeping harmful misinformation designed to suppress the vote from spreading on its apps and on their platforms and so forth. For example, Facebook's efforts at addressing COVID-19 have included sending correct information to users and notifying them when they've interacted with false information. So there are steps that they can take. Professor Farid, simply as a matter of technological capacity for the moment, can Facebook and the other platform users to verified sources of information who are known to interact with false information about voting?
Absolutely. I mean, these are the ultimate data collecting and intelligence collecting corporations. They have a phenomenal amount of who we are, what we watch, what we see, and they absolutely have the technological and the data ability to inform us when we have been interacted with harmful content. Now, it remains to be seen if that is in fact helpful. Does correcting the record actually deal with the harms that happened earlier on? And there's some contradictory evidence in the literature that simply trying to correct will undo everything. That's just not the way human nature works. There's a boomerang effect. So my preference is to avoid the contact in the beginning, but if it does happen, this is absolutely unnecessary, but it may not be a sufficient step.
I think we need both. I think you all have given powerful testimony as why you need that kind of front-end response to disinformation to try to protect the youth that can sow division and otherwise, in effect, distort our democracy. But it's clear that they have this both on the front end, if, as you test, they're willing to put the resources and attention behind a meaningful way, but also, as evidenced by the way they've handled the COVID-19 disinformation, provide good, positive, corrected information on the back end when that is necessary and called for. Professor Overton, this discussion, I guess, begs the question, if the capacity exists for Facebook and these other platforms to have that kind of a response in their toolkit, what, from your perspective, can explain their reluctance to do it?
Well, thanks for your leadership, owners, number one, in terms of public financing. So just wanted to note that. I think, again, as Dr. Farid talked about, there are these financial incentives that companies have to look the other way, to basically say, hey, we'll sell this ad that is targeted, employment ad that's targeted to whites, and away from black ad that's targeted at black communities in terms of voter suppression without a lot of scrutiny. So I think these financial incentives are there, and that we need some other, like regulatory incentives possibly to address it.
Thank you. Ms. Collins-Dexter, in the time I have left, in addition to proactively notifying users when interacted with false information, do you think Facebook and other platforms should take the additional and affirmative steps of labeling or removing posts when that platform is being used for voter suppression and disinformation?
Absolutely. We've been in our organizing work that when disinformation gets out, even if you put a label over it, people retain the lie more than the truth. So the content, I think, should come to look at who are the verified users and how they may be pushers of disinformation. What are the consequences for that?
Thank you very much.
I thank the judge. I want to thank my co-chair, member Bob Latta, and all the members. And I especially want to thank this outstanding panel. We have really, and the way you've responded to our questions. I want to remind all members of our committee rules that they have 10 business days to submit questions for the record to be answered by the witnesses who have appeared, and I ask each witness to respond promptly to any such questions that you may receive. Adjourn. I'd like to request unanimous consent records, the following documents into the record. First, a letter from the National Hispanic Media Coalition, a letter from the Coalition for a Safer Web, a letter from CCIA and NetChoice, a letter from Steve Sanderson, Executive Director of NYU's Center for Social Media and Politics, a letter from Public Knowledge, a statement from the League on Civil and Human Rights, an essay by Mr. Spencer Overton, a Wall Street article, Facebook executive shut down efforts to make the site less divisive, a letter to Facebook on civil rights, Representative Lisa Blunt, Rochester, and others, a letter from the Lithuanian American community, a letter from the Central and Eastern European Coalition, research from Debunk EU on disinformation, from the Open Technology Institute, a letter from Consumer Reports, and last but not least, an article from the New York Times entitled Jack Dorsey's Pay Service is Withholding Money Merchants Say They Need. Without objection, so ordered, and at this, the committee is adjourned.
The 17 attorneys and the special counsel team registered Democrats. What was Andrew Weissman's role in the special counsel investigation?
Andrew Weissman was a senior assistant special counsel, I believe was his title.
And were you aware of the email to then Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates saying he was, quote, so proud and in awe, end quote, of her after she disobeyed President Trump? Were you aware of that?
I'm familiar with that.
Compromised the appearance of an independent investigation?
I think that the attorneys in the special counsel's office did our job and truthfully.
So you don't think that that email compromised the appearance of an independent investigation?
I think the investigation was independent, and I am not able to comment beyond the comment. I can tell you, Congressman, that we did our jobs. And
so what did Special Counsel Mueller do after finding Yates? He didn't remove him, correct? I'm sorry, remove her.
I want to be very careful.
No, remove Weissman.
I want to be very careful. Congressman referenced earlier. I have to go to the department to be able to talk about matters that are outside the scope of the special counsel office's report and receive their permission to do so. The Justice has given me permission today to discuss matters related to the Stone sentencing. They have not given me permission to discuss internal matters in the special counsel's office that are out of the scope of the four corners of the special counsel office's report. If you would like, I can go to the department and I will ask them for permission to answer your question.
Things that you have read in the press or seen in the public sphere, correct? You've spoken to that earlier today.
Yes.
So are you aware that Weissman agreed to host a fundraiser for candidate Joe Biden's victory fund?
I've read press reports to that effect.
Okay. And are you aware of unauthorized press leaks coming out of the special counsel's office?
No.
Okay. Has the Justice Department Office of Inspector General ever contacted you about unauthorized?
They have not.
And are you aware if Justice Department office has contacted anyone else at the special counsel's office about unauthorized leaks to the media?
I am not.
All right. With that, I'm going to yield to the gentleman from Ohio.
I thank the gentleman from yielding. Mr. McCasey, I'm going to take a look at this chart up here, because this is, in my mind, what politics at a Justice Department looks like. When 100 million to zero. Trump's not ever going to become president, right? That's from Lisa Page to Peter Strzok. Peter Strzok responds, no, he's not. We'll stop it. Now, this is not just any old person saying, this is Peter Strzok, deputy head of counterintelligence at the FBI, and the guy who into Hillary Clinton, codename mid-year exam, and ran the investigation, crossfire Trump-Russia, so-called Trump-Russia collusion. That's what politics at a Justice, not what the Democrats are serving up today. Your response, Mr. McCasey.
Well, that's not the only exchange, I think, that suggests politics. In fact, there's one that hasn't gotten very much attention that occurred on the cruise withdrew and Donald Trump became the only candidate for the Republican nomination. And there was an exchange where one said to the other, "I can't believe this guy is going to be the nominee." And the response was, "This raises the pressure to terminate MYE with code for mid-year exam."
Mid-year exam.
The candidacy of Donald Trump could raise the pressure to terminate MYE has been something that's mystified me ever since I saw that.
Yeah, no kidding. It shouldn't matter who's the candidate. Determining what, how, and when, and finishing his investigation, or what you do on an investigation.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yield back.
Gentleman Swalwell. Mr. Zelensky, on July 24 of last year, Special Counsel Mueller described in his testimony to this committee that there were identified gaps could not account for. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And that includes lies, deletion of text messages.
That is what the Special Counsel's Office report says, yes.
And in our federal system, defendants are rewarded for accepting responsibility early in the proceedings for their sentence. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did Mr. Stone go to a jury trial?
He did.
Was he convicted at trial?
He was.
Was he also found to have lied to the judge during pretrial proceedings?
Yes.
And you made a recommendation with your team as to what the sentence should be. The president tweeted, and the sentence was ultimately lowered. Is that correct?
That's accurate.
So we have a pattern here. President Trump tweets, friends are protected. We saw that with National Security Advisor Flynn. He had secret conversations with the Russians before he was National Security Advisor, lied to Vice President Pence, lied to the FBI, and twice admitted that he had lied and pleaded guilty. Then he tweets repeatedly that this never should have happened. And Mr. Zelensky, the Flynn case by the recommendation of the DOJ, is that right?
That is my understanding from what I've read in the press.
But Donald Trump does not only protect his friends, he actually punishes his enemies. Michael Cohen, to President Trump, charged with counts of tax fraud and false statements, pleads guilty early in the proceedings, testifies to Congress, and 9 days before his sentencing, Donald Trump tweets that Cohen is in prison, he should serve his full and complete sentence. And Michael Cohen was sentenced to 3 years. Is that correct?
I don't remember Mr. Cohen's precise sentence, but I have no reason to doubt what you're saying.
So, Mr. Zelensky, you're a career prosecutor. You just want to follow the evidence. How does it make you feel as a prosecutor, and how does it make your colleagues feel when you see that your hard work and the evidence is being sidelines for political preferences?
Congressman, in the wake of sentencing motion, I heard from many attorneys throughout the country, many of whom I did not know, about how disappointed they were with what had happened.
Why were you disappointed?
I was disappointed because we took an oath to follow the law, to follow the department's policy, and to do what's right. And what happened here?
Has Attorney General Barr ever publicly mischaracterized the report?
I can speak to the Special Counsel's Office's report. I have not been authorized by the department to characterize the Attorney General's comments on it. I can ask the Department of Justice whether or not I'll be given authority to answer that question, and if permitted, I'll come back to you and answer.
Well, Mr. Zelensky, you give us hope. You forward, you're currently working in the administration, and you're doing it in the spirit of people like David Holmes, who testified during the impeachment inquiry, currently working as a political officer, people like Bill Taylor, people like Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and then, of course, former officials like Marie Yovanovitch. And I hope that your courage today to talk about the political preferences shown in this prosecution inspires and begets witnesses to come forward. But you did ultimately withdraw from the D.C. office. Can you tell us why you did that?
I did that because what had happened was wrong, and I did not want to be a part of what had happened. and so I withdrew.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a bipartisan 59 former Southern District of New York prosecutors expressing their extreme concern about the resignation/firing of Mr. Berman in the Southern District. And I would yield back.
Without objection, Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today, especially those who had the decency to do so in person. So thank you. You know, I'm once again just absolutely disappointed that my colleagues across the aisle are continuing to waste our time chasing ghosts rather than working for the American people. To assert that A.G. Barr, who's a serious law enforcement officer, he has a sterling reputation, to run around and say that he's interfering, he's running political interference for the president, it's absolutely laughable. A.G. Barr is cleaning up what are the ruins of the Obama-Biden DOJ. In particular, he's cleaning up from Jim Comey, who weaponized, politicized the FBI. And if you doubt me, just look at the treat of former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. Those were political abuses. That was political gamesmanship that was orchestrated by FBI Director Comey and what I call his merry band of never-Trumpers. Comey's FBI used the Logan Act. For those of you that don't know, the Logan Act is highly problematic and, frankly, it's likely unconstitutional. The Logan Act makes it illegal for U.S. citizens to engage in unauthorized foreign. And despite this, the FBI used it, this archaic act, to set up General Flynn, even though they knew that he would never be charged with the obscure offense. In fact, since its enactment, it's only been used twice to prosecute individuals, one in 1952, and both were acquitted. So then why use this to go after Flynn? Well, according to the handwritten notes, quote, truth/admission, or to get him to lie so we can prosecute him or get him fired, end quote. And around the same time the FBI was doodling to set up Michael Flynn, around that same time, former Secretary of State John Kerry was holding meetings with the Palestinian Authority, Senator dinner with the Iranian foreign minister, yet individuals were even questioned about Logan Act violations. So clearly the charges against Flynn were politically motivated. And I should note that just this morning, an appeals court ruled the appeals court ruled in General Flynn's favor, ordering the dismissal of that case. DOJ recognized the Logan Act's futility, informing the FBI that it was not supportive of using the law to entrap it still used the law to entrap General Flynn. An FBI lawyer, in fact, testified before Congress and said the DOJ viewed the Logan Act as, quote, untested, and that the Logan Act would leave the DOJ vulnerable to, quote, substantial litigation risk, unquote. But that didn't stop Director Comey from using it to attempt to sabotage the Trump transition team. So if my Democrat colleagues want to accuse someone of politicizing the DOJ, they should start with Director Comey. What's your view of the special counsel's office toward the Logan Act?
Congress, I'm sorry to sound like a broken record, but I have been told that there are deliberative process concerns with the discussion of the special counsel's office and what transpired there outside the confines of the report. I'm happy to discuss the special counsel's office's report, as I am happy to go to the department.
All right, Mr. Zelensky, I'm going to reclaim my time. How do you explain the discrepancy then between the treatment of General Flynn and that of Secretary Kerry and Senator Feinstein?
Congressman, I would need to consult with the Department of Justice before answering that question, if you would like.
Reclaiming my time. Let's just switch gears and talk about Mueller's probe. You know, I was following it in the news, and it seemed like there were a lot of leaks during that time. Did you talk to the press during the Mueller investigation?
Never.
Do you know anybody that talked to the press?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure I get your question. And do I know of any person that has ever talked to the press, or do I know of anyone in the special?
Yeah, that was working on the investigation. Did you know anybody on that team that was talking to the press?
Aside from our press relations professional, no.
Judge, in your time at the DOJ, did you ever use the Logan Act?
I'm sorry? Did you ever use the Logan Act? No.
Why not?
I was never aware of any situation we have been covered by it, and had I been, I think I would have been hesitant to use it because, number one, I believe it's unconstitutional.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield my time. My time's expired.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Ms. Liu, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler. Let me set a context for why we are even here today. We're here, the Russians sweepingly and systematically hacked our elections in 2016. Roger Stone coordinated with WikiLeaks, who had the emails that Russian hackers stole from the Hillary Clinton campaign. Roger Stone with members of the Trump campaign and spoke to Donald Trump himself. The Trump campaign emails, planned their campaign messaging based. And then after Roger Stone was convicted of multiple crimes, Bill Barr's Department of Justice intervened to lower the sentencing recommendation. That is this. I'm a former prosecutor. The only reason we were able to take the extraordinary step of locking people up in prison is because the people believe processes are fair and based on the facts. It's dangerous to democracy is when the people start believing that prosecutions are tainted based on who the defendant happens to. And unfortunately, under Bill Barr's Department of Justice, friends of Donald Trump get breaks and special favors from the Department of Justice that no ordinary American could ever get. So my questions are for Mr. Zelensky. Zelensky, before you worked at the Department of Justice, you clerked for Judge Thomas Griffith Circuit. He was nominated by a Republican president, correct?
That's correct. He was nominated by President George W. Bush.
And then you clerked also for Justice Anthony Kennedy, who also was nominated by a Republican president, correct?
President Reagan, that's correct.
And before you could become a United States attorney, you had to take an oath, and that oath was to the United States Constitution, correct?
When a United States attorney is required by law, I took that oath. I actually had to take a similar oath on a number of various federal jobs that I've held, including the clerkships you just mentioned.
So your client is not Donald Trump or Bill Barr. It is the Constitution of the United States and the American people. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And on behalf of the American other career prosecutors submitted a sentencing memo of 7 to 9 years for Roger Stone. Is that right?
That accurately describes the sentencing memorandum, yes.
And when Judge Jackson reviewed that recommendation, did she think it was supported by the record?
She did. She said that the sentence relevant DOJ policy and practice and was supported by the record.
After you submitted that sentencing recommendation, the President of the United States went nuts and said it was horrible, unfair. And then another memo was sent to you. Were you told why they submitted that memo recommendation?
I was told that the U.S. attorney was taking action because he was afraid of the president. As I discussed, I was told that earlier, and I was told that there was heavy political pressure from the highest levels of the Department of Justice to cut Roger Stone a break.
Did any career line assistant U.S. attorney sign that lower sentencing recommendation?
None.
Okay. In the memo you had submitted initially, were you asked portions about Roger Stone's misconduct?
We were.
Is that unusual?
I've never had it before in my experience.
Okay. Now, Mr. Mukasey has said that Attorney General could certainly ask for a sentence below the sentencing guidelines. But to be clear, that is not your problem with what happened. It's not that something was asked below a sentencing guidelines, right? Where the reason it was done was because Roger Stone was a friend of Donald Trump and the acting U.S. attorney was scared of the president. Isn't that right?
That is one of the problems. There were also flaws in sentencing, second sentencing memorandum that I believe should not have been submitted as well, besides the recommendation itself.
And do you believe those flaws were done because Roger Stone is a friend of Donald Trump?
That the acting United States attorney was taking the actions that he was he's afraid of Donald Trump. I was not told why the second sentencing memorandum was done the way it was, because by the time it was filed, I had withdrawn from the office and I was not given the ability to view the materials, nor was I told who was writing it.
Thank you. In United America, we do not prosecute people because of their politics. That's what you wrote. You also wrote, and we don't cut them a break because of their politics either. Was Roger Stone cut a break because of his connection to Donald Trump?
That is what I was told, and that is what appears to have happened to me.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin. Okay, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Zelensky, let's make this very simple for the American people. You say that you were told that the motivation for lessening the sentence for Roger Stone, the president's friend, was because the U.S. attorney was afraid of President Trump. Is that correct?
Correct, among other things.
And in other words, sir, leadership based a sentencing recommendation not on the rule of law, not based on whether Roger Stone deserved the recommended sentence, but simply to appease the president.
That is what I was told.
Thank you, Mr. Zelensky. I can see why the U.S. attorney was afraid to go against the president. U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman said that his investigations, including the president's close inner circle, continue without fear or favor. And now he's gone. The rules are clear. The rules of this president and Attorney General Barr are clear, that is, give the president, keep your job. But dare to pursue justice, dare to follow the law, dare his friends accountable, and you will be removed. But Mr. Zelensky, you went ahead with your sentencing recommendations in spite of these pressures and threats. Can you tell us why?
Because it was the right thing to do.
And you're there to do the appreciate that, and you're coming forward to discuss this. Yes, I'd like to switch topics and go back to the department's investigation of at least 10 cannabis companies to make sure we understand why you consider these to be sham investigations. Investigations predicated on the personal interests of the Attorney General and the President rather than the facts or a desire to protect American consumers. Similarly, how many DOJ staff were pulled to work on these sham investigations?
Congresswoman, there were dozens of staff, attorneys, paralegals, and others who worked on these various cases.
And these companies produced 1 million documents from the files of 40 employees at the DOJ's request.
That was just from the first of the 10 mergers, yes.
So potentially 10 numbers were applied. And when the DOJ documents, is there any evidence that the entirety of these even reviewed?
I think a very small number of the documents were reviewed.
A very small number. And in one of the reviews, some documents were never even uploaded. Is that correct?
They were uploaded after the closing process had been initiated, as if they were irrelevant to the investigation and its process.
So there were requested enormous resources, taxpayer dollars were used, these documents were never really looked at, they weren't relevant to the investigations. And so to be clear, at Attorney General Barr's direction, the department expends countless taxpayer resources to force companies to produce millions of pages of evidence and then doesn't even look at or upload some of that evidence before admitting there's a violation. Now, Mr. Elias, given your experience in public service, have you ever seen anything this extreme using taxpayer dollars to conduct an investigation over the course of months on an entire industry and not even before admitting that there's no violation?
In my experience, which includes 14 years at the Justice Department at many different levels of the engine, no, I've never seen anything like that.
And can you explain to the American people, why is that so concerning?
It's concerning because the investigations and the work of the Antitrust Division need to be done in good faith. They need to be done even both for the sake of everybody involved and for the sake of perception of the rule of law, and that the Justice Department is being above board with everything, calling balls and strikes as they truly are. So for it to disregard the law on what counts for an antitrust investigation is improper. And
Mr. Elias, you're just saying that the Justice Department should be pursuing justice.
Yes.
And I want to thank you for your bravery in coming here today. I think we all have to ask ourselves what this means for what we do not even know. This is a pattern that has been consistent. Bill Barr lied to the American people about the Mueller report. He ordered the military to tear gas peaceful protesters just so the president could have a photo op, and now is using the power of the Justice Department for corrupt purposes in these instances that we are investigating today. If he's doing all of these things, what else is happening that we don't even know about? Bill Barr appears to be a henchman for the president's likes and dislikes, not the Attorney General of the United States, pursuing equal justice under the law. He has abandoned his responsibility to the institution. He is no longer working for the American people. Must stop that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Raskin. Okay. Ms. Demings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I care about the rule of law. I care about the oath of office that I've taken and that we've all taken, and what it means to take that oath of office to heart. On the birth of your child. I also want to thank you for being a nonpartisan career prosecutor who treats people equally and fairly. Now, I believe that those would be words, especially during this time when we're seeing civil unrest in all 50 states. A Justice Department that treats people equally and fairly. But we know that most people in our country don't have a fixer title Attorney General. Mr. Zelensky, in your testimony, I think it's so important that we keep our eye on the ball. We have heard so many distractions here today, but I'm committed to keeping my eye on the ball, to work hard to make sure that we do create a more perfect system of justice. Mr. Zelensky, in your testimony, political pressure resulted in the virtually unprecedented decision to override the original sentencing recommendation and the filling a new sentencing memorandum that included statements and assertions at odds with the record and contrary to the Department of Justice policy. You went on to say that in the fraud and public corruption section of the United States Office for the District of Columbia, you couldn't even recall a case where the government did not seek a guideline sentence after trial. Is that correct?
Correct, nor could anyone else in the U.S. Attorney's Office recall.
So you could not recall it, and nor could anybody else in that office recall it either. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Zelensky. Mr. McCasey, during your confirmation hearing, you said, I appreciate these words. I served in the department and the U.S. Attorney's Office in NY for 35 years ago. I was never asked what my politics were. I did not know the politics of the men and women there, and still do not. It didn't matter. It had nothing to do with our job, nothing to do with the way, and could not have anything to do with the job, and cannot to do with the jobs of the people in the justice today. As we find ourselves in this very critical moment, Mr. McCasey, do you stand by your statement?
I do.
And could you please explain to me why you do not feel that the Roger Stone case has anything, the decisions that have been made in that case have nothing to do with politics and have nothing to, do not compromise your position here today and the statement that you made during your confirmation?
Because the initial sentencing recommendation was wildly inappropriate, that it resulted from a mechanical application of the guideline. The only person who determined the sentence in that case was the judge. She could have sentenced the defendant to any term of imprisonment or no term of imprisonment. She chose to sentence him to a term of 40 months, which was within the second recommendation. That second recommendation changed nothing so far as the bottom line result, because it's the only person who determines the sentence.
Do you believe that the President nor the Attorney General, who has been acting more like the President's personal bodyguard and his fixer, have in politics as it pertains to the President's friends?
I can't speak for the President. The President is, by definition, a political...
Based on your professional decision, political or a professional experience, the President has engaged in a political way as it pertains to Senate. What happens to his friends?
The Attorney General himself criticized the President for tweets that...
Yes.
It's a maybe. Go ahead.
Do you believe the Attorney General engaged in politics in carrying out the president?
Short answer is no.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you very much.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the most depth testimony I have ever seen about an Attorney General of the United States corrupting the rule of law in pursuit of a political agenda for the President of the United States. And all of America can right now see exactly what's going on. The Attorney General, acting not rule of law or the Constitution, but rather as a sycophant and a consigliere for Donald Trump, has decided to go out and undermine cases, derail cases, and kill cases that affect Donald Trump's chosen ones, despite overwhelming evidence against them and despite guilty pleas by some of them. Now, it's going to take us a long time to sort out the full litany of unregistered foreign agents and liars and felons and frauds who have gotten a get-out-of-jail-free card, General William Barr, at the behest of Donald Trump. And we should track all of that down. But more immediately, America faces two problems. Our Attorney General Barr is again threatening the rule of law and justice. The public health response to the pandemic, which has now cost more than 110 Americans their lives, and the other is the fall election, which is the people's opportunity to speak, if allowed to do so, without elect by foreign powers or by the government of the United States itself in an effort to intimidate and repress the vote. So I want to come to Mr. Ayer. Simone, you testify that Attorney General Barr has worked to, quote, create an authoritarian president. And I wrote down, obviously don't have time to get into all of them, but you say he undermined the work of independent fact finders, such as the FBI. He ignored and trampled Congress's powers under the Appropriations Clause. He categorically stonewalled congressional oversight and statements. He attacked and undermined the inspectors general. He used political cronies to review and decide issues of special interest to the president. He reversed government positions in the Stone and Flynn prosecutions. He used the DOJ as a tool of the president's re-election campaign. He directed law enforcement forces to violate the First Amendment rights of peaceful protesters in Lafayette Square, on and on, all the way to sacking Jeffrey Berman just a day or two ago. But among these things, you mentioned almost in passing that the attorney tried to provide an echo to the president by likening public health orders by legitimate politically elected authorities in America, governors and mayors, to house arrest. He said that he would work to jawbone the governors into rolling back public health put in place as the only mechanism we have to try to lower the death toll, this out of control pandemic, which is now ravaging Florida, Texas, South Carolina, Louisiana, Arkansas, large areas of the South and the West right now. What is the problem with the Attorney General deciding he wants to jawbone the governors and likening their to house arrest, which we all know is completely phony?
Your microphone, sir.
The issue of how do you deal with public health problems? Obviously, there's a role for the federal government and one that's not been performed terribly well in terms of core supplies, but the basic decision-making with regard to how you're going to make the particular decisions of what people need to do, they're very local and they're very areas, and the judgments, I think everybody recognizes, basically are to be made at the state and the local level in terms of windows, et cetera. And what appears to have happened here, and it didn't just happen once, it appears to have happened several times, is that Mr. Barr, and he really does appear to be echoing statements that the president has periodically tweeted about opening up. Obviously, the president's been very intense about wanting to get everything open.
Talk about
Barr
quarantine for 14 days, but how do you know to quarantine for 14 days because you're asymptomatic? Lots of great questions out there. The biggest thing that I think we need and at the state levels
press conference in the Rose Garden. We take you there now. You're watching live coverage on C-SPAN.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Union and the President of the Republic of Poland.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, please. Thank you. Beautiful day in the Rose Garden. And I want to thank everybody for being here with us. We all know what a wonderful country and a great country. And it's my honor to have a friend of mine here, President Duda of Poland, who has done an incredible job. And I do believe he has an election coming up, and I do believe he'll be very successful. So thank you very much, and all of your representatives, thank you very much for being here. We've hosted President Duda. The First Lady and I also cherish a visit to Poland 3 years ago. That was an amazing event. We had an event because it was a speech, and a lot of people watched that speech. But it was a very historic moment and an important moment for our two countries. The American and Polish people enjoy one of the world's oldest, strongest, and most ships. Polish patriots battled by our side to secure American independence. American and Polish warriors fought and died together to defeat the Nazis. In World War II, the United States shoulder to shoulder with Poland in the struggle against communist oppression. Our bond has been forged in battle, sealed in blood, and strengthened by our shared cultural values. The United States and Poland are united by our firm conviction that Western civilization has advanced, really, and very much, I have to add, the cause of human progress beyond measure, and that it must be strongly defended and will at all times be strongly defended, and we will defend it together. In our meeting today, President Duda and I reaffirmed the vital alliance between our nations. Last year, we signed 2 joint declarations to increase our security collaboration, and we look forward to signing a defense cooperation agreement. Poland recently purchased 32 brand new state-of-the-art F-35 fighter jets, the best in the world, and Poland is one of only 8 NATO members. The others, some of them haven't so well in terms of what they're supposed to be paying to NATO. I tell them all the time, and we've gotten them up a lot, but not enough. But Poland is one of only 8 that is current with the money that they are supposed to be paying. That's the 2% number. But we have a large number of countries that haven't. They're delinquent, let's put it that way. They're delinquent with respect to their dues, the money they're supposed to be paying for defense. Defending a lot of countries, they're delinquent on what they're supposed to be paying, and I feel too good about that. But I will say I spoke with the Secretary General, and he said we've done a great job, but I said we haven't done good enough. We haven't done a good enough job. We have secured, though, over $4 in new pledged defense spending from NATO members, which is something that no other administration has come even close to. I would say they're off by many, many hundreds of billions of dollars, something the newspaper doesn't like, that the media doesn't like talking about. But we will be only satisfied when all members are paying their. Again, only 8 members plus the United States is paying what is considered a fair share. I also applaud Poland and the Polish people for its devotion to safeguarding their country's borders, very strong borders. And left our border, by the way, the wall is moving along rapidly, and our border is about as strong as it's ever been, our southern border. Last year, we were able to add Poland to the visa waiver program, and they wanted that very badly, and we deserve it. It's a testament to Poland's vigilant effort of law. The United States and Poland have recently signed several long-term contracts for U.S. liquefied natural gas. They're a big purchaser of our energy to enhance Poland's energy security, and we're working to conclude an agreement that would facilitate development of nuclear energy plants throughout the purchase. They're going to be purchasing with one of our very big, very good companies, technology, civilian nuclear energy. Congratulate Poland for its leadership in the 3 Cs initiative, a crucial energy partnership that will provide a reliable source of energy for Eastern Europe, and it will be free from the threat of foreign extortion. Poland understands foreign extortion very well. The 3 Cs initiative relies on fair currency and mutual benefit. Our nations have also collaborated on protecting our critical infrastructure and technology. That's why we've signed a 5 declaration, and Poland is leading the way in Europe by using trusted providers for equipment and supply chains for its 5G. We're working along with them, and they're using our companies. The United States and Poland cooperate across the truly wide range of fronts that we're both very much involved in. Here today is the head of a medical team, very advanced team, very brilliant team, fighting the coronavirus alongside of American doctors, Captain Shevera. Captain, thank you very much for being here, Captain. And we're making great progress. I hear we're making progress, and we're working together, but we are making great progress on therapeutics and vaccines. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. The American and Polish people have been true friends for almost 250 years. We're forever united by our shared belief in family, faith, law, liberty, democracy, and justice. As the old Polish motto goes, we will stand together in the name of God for our freedom. And President Duda, let me express once again our gratitude for your visit and friendship. We have had a special relationship. Our alliance is powerful and a very powerful testament to what free people can achieve together. And I believe that the greatness of our relationship lies ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to thank very warmly to President Donald Trump, to the President of the United States of America. Thank you very much for inviting me here to Washington, to the White House, to take part in this very important meeting to us. This meeting is important for many reasons. To me, as President of the Republic of Poland, this meeting is important because Poland is the first country after the coronavirus invited to the meeting in the White House to discuss matters concerning the future, concerning how the relations will look between the United States and Poland in terms of economy, what those in the military sphere, and what those relations will be like in the sphere of health protection, all those elements which are of key importance today. A very big part of our discussions today with Mr. President and our collaborators were dedicated to the coronavirus, to what the situation looks like in Europe and on the global stage. Concerns fight against the coronavirus also in the United States. But first and foremost, we're also thinking about in the future. But first and foremost, thank you so much, Mr. President, for your going to cooperate. That also our scientists and research concerning the vaccine and therapy drug against coronavirus. Everything that will be continued. I believe thanks to this collaboration, those therapeutical medicines will be available also for Poles, for my compatriots, as soon as possible. Thank you so much, President, for that, because all of us know very well how high level of medical research is in the United States. And this declaration and the will of cooperation is on part of the President of the United States is of crucial importance to us. So thank you very much for that. But ladies and gentlemen, we also discussed the cooperation in the sphere of economy and military. Mention our economic cooperation. As the President has just mentioned, we are developing it. Energy in building energy security. Today we can say that the United States is cooperating in the sphere of creating energy security, not only the energy security of Poland, but also security of Central Europe. The President has just mentioned the 3 Cs initiative. Yes, all the investments that are being carried out in Poland today, the extension of the capacity of LNG terminal in Świnoujście, 2.5 billion cubic meters. We also plan to construct another in the port of Gdańsk. All of that is conducive to being able to receive LNG gas and provide its deliveries not only across Poland, but also for the countries of Central Europe. The vast majority of those countries of Central Europe are still dependent on Russia, and creating a true alternative, in other words, diversification of supplies, is of key importance for their security. Thank you, Mr. President, for this cooperation. I do believe that we're going to further develop it. Today we have got those supplies guaranteed until 2023, by the end of 2023, but I know that we are also going to enter into further contracts in this respect, so that for sure our demand is going to increase. But ladies and gentlemen, we discussed conventional energy and nuclear energy cooperation. Sure, an agreement will be signed between the governments of the United States of America and the Republic of Poland. And thanks to this agreement, we'll be able to start designing the large design of introducing conventional nuclear energy for the production of electricity in Poland. The entity paid in this project have already been selected, and the agreements are very advanced. On the Polish side, we have got Minister Piotr Naimski, who is in charge of those negotiations right now. An appropriate intergovernmental agreement is about to be concluded, finalized. We can expect that to happen in the near future. But let us mention the contribution of the United States into the 3 Cs initiative, and first and foremost, the financial contribution to the fund of the 3 Cs initiative. Mr. President got interested in that fund some time ago. This is an element, a vehicle, which enables the development of this cooperation. Thank you, Mr. President, for your activity, and thank you for this cooperation, which takes place in Central Europe within the framework of the European Union. And the goal of this cooperation is to develop, to extend the infrastructure. Thank you for noticing the possibility of development in the transatlantic zone between the countries of the European Union and the United States. And of course, from my point of view, this cooperation with Poland is important to me, but also in the economic sphere. We're speaking about increasing military cooperation between Poland and the United States. It is also of primary importance. I have no doubts whatsoever that this cooperation will lead to the strengthening of security of the European Union, strengthening the security of the eastern flank of NATO, but also, and perhaps first and foremost, from my perspective, it will Poland. And it will also lend additional financial credibility to Poland, investment credibility on part of American investors. 1 month ago, a global company, Microsoft, announced that they're going to invest in Poland to establish a state-of-the-art data center. And today, officially, Google company published the information that is also going to invest in the center of modern technologies in Poland, including IT technologies. This is going to be an even greater investment than Mr. President. I have no doubts whatsoever that these American investments and this additional investment impulse that the American companies are making right now results from a very efficient policy that we are conducting together, and which increases the sense of safety of our citizens in Poland, and it also increases the sense of safe investments in our country. Thank you so much for that, because that means the creation of new jobs in the state-of-the-art IT technologies. And I'm really pleased because in Poland we have got a large number of excellent young IT experts, also young IT engineers, and for sure, we're able to come to terms with these very serious challenges, also as far as the intellectual capital is concerned. And I'm sure that these investments are going to be beneficial for the United States, for the U.S. companies, and also for Poland through creating jobs, through acquiring new experiences by young people in the first place, by young engineers. I'm also glad, Mr. President, because the agreements that we entered into concerning military presence in Poland, the agreements we signed last year, according to the first one, the U.S. forces are going to be increased by 1,000 troops in our country, and another contract, another agreement stipulated concrete locations in which U.S. soldiers will be stationed in Poland on the rotational, but also it's going to be heel-to-toe rotation. Today, we are entering another stage, namely there is a possibility of further increase in American troops in our country. In recent days, I also talked to Secretary General of NATO. I talked to Mr. Jens Stoltenberg, and we agreed on one point, especially as Europeans whatsoever, that if any part of the U.S. armed forces, which is the biggest armed forces in the world, was withdrawn from Europe, that would be very detrimental to European security. So in our believe it is justified to ensure that the U.S. troops are left in Europe. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for this meeting today. Thank you so much for accepting Poland during this meeting at the White House. So we are the first country which has been received this long break in international diplomacy. Thank you for your words about our pride and heroism of Poles over history. Today, Polish soldiers stand arm in arm with U.S. solicited allies. Together we spilled blood in Iraq and Afghanistan, and we stand ready, always ready, to implement our allied obligations and commitments. And thank you that the United States, thanks to your policy, Mr. President, is demonstrating itself as an absolutely loyal ally to us, and that count on the United States. Also, I'd like to say that I'm grateful, Mr. President, that you have been stressing historical truths in such a decisive way. This is extremely important to us Poles. Fighting disinformation, defending historical truth, also about the Second World War, about who started the war, about the course of the war, is incredibly important to us. And thank you, Mr. President, that you are adopting this stance and contributing so much to putting the record straight. It's important also to us from the point of view of our dignity. The Second World War was a period of great drama and trauma in the history of our nation. We lost 5 million citizens, and that was a tragedy to us. So because of that, it is important to spread this truth, to present it as it really was. But it's also important to speak about the heroism of our fighting wherever they were spilling their blood, arm in arm Gazprom, with their allies at Monte Cassino, at Tobruk, and at other places all over the world, both on the Eastern Front and on the Western Front. All of that, saying that, is extremely important. So I'm happy that today we can, in the United States, I'm glad that we have got this excellent economic cooperation. So, Mr. President, however, that the coronavirus pandemic will pass and we will be going together towards the development of our countries, towards the development of our societies, towards the building of a better, more prosperous future, both for the United States, for Poland, and for Europe. Thank you so much.
One to me and one to the President, and that would be great.
Poland, would you send them from Germany, and what sort of signal would that send to Russia? And for President Duda, how do you feel about this, taking some to go to Poland, and what signal does that send to Russia? Thank you.
To start, as you know, Poland is, as I've said many times, Poland is one of the countries that are fulfilling their obligations under NATO, in particular their monetary obligations, and we would send some additional troops. They're going to pay for that. They'll be paying for the sending of additional. We would send some additional troops. They're going to pay for that. They'll be paying for the sending of additional troops, and we'll probably be moving them from Germany to Poland. We're going to be reducing Germany very substantially down to about 25. Actually had 52,000, but we'll be moving it down to about 25,000. Germany's paying a very small fraction of what they're supposed to be paying. They should be paying 2%, and they're paying a little bit more than 1%, depending on how you calculate. You could also calculate that they're paying less than 1%. Tremendous delinquency. Let's use that word, delinquency. So we're going to be reducing our forces in Germany. Some will be coming home, and some will be going to other places, but to be one of those other places in Europe.
Send to Russia by doing this?
I think it sends a very strong signal to Russia, but I think a stronger signal sent to Russia is the fact that Germany is paying Russia billions of dollars to purchase energy from Russia and through the pipeline. And I'm saying, what's that all about? Dollars to Russia, then we're supposed to defend you from Russia. So I think it's a very bad, I think the people of Germany are very unhappy about it. I have many friends from Germany, and the people in Germany are very unhappy about it. They don't like it, but that's what they chose to do. So they're spending billions of dollars to buy Russian energy, supposed to defend them from Russia. So that doesn't work too well. But Poland has been very, very terrific. I don't believe Poland is actually accepting any of the energy from the pipeline from Russia. So that sends a signal right there. With all of that being said, we expect to get along with everybody. But Germany has, they really owe a lot of money in NATO, and this has been going on for many years. When you add it all up, you're probably getting close to $1 trillion, and that's not treating NATO fairly, but it really the United States fairly. You know, the United States is the major participant in NATO. We pay more than anybody else by far, have for many, many years. So we defend Europe, but Europe also takes tremendous advantage of the United States on trade. Advantage like you wouldn't believe. We're trying to work that out, and I would imagine they'd like to wait till after the election so that maybe they could deal with somebody other than President Trump. But after the election, they'll just have to pay more. But that's the way it is, okay? Thank you very much, please.
Sir, first of all, I do respect very much both Mr. President Donald Trump and the United States of America, a wonderful, great state which today is the largest military and economic superpower in the world. And say to the President of the United States of America where he should send his soldiers, because this is the decision which is always taken by the United States. This is a very responsible decision. However, I do not deny, requested, Mr. President, that would not withdraw U.S. forces from Europe, because it is very important to me. From Europe as such, I'm talking about the United Europe, for which the American presence since the end of the Second World War is a huge security guarantee. However, if I'm asked by anybody if I am ready that Poland receives more U.S. troops in our country, of course I am ready. In 2014, Russia attacked Ukraine. It annexed Crimea. It occupies Donetsk. Before that, it had attacked Georgia. 2014 was a year of huge fears in the Baltic states and very big ones, very considerable ones among the Polish society. Today, the presence of NATO troops and first and foremost of US troops in Poland demonstrates that Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty is treated seriously. And when wanted to attack Poland, it won't be a soft landing for that entity. That won't pay off for such an aggressor, because the strongest army of the world is present, and they would help Polish soldiers to defend our borders if such a case arises. 100 years ago, we repelled Russians, Warsaw, in a great battle in 1920, the Soviet army Bolsheviks, and we drew them back to the east. That was a great victory, but we only very near to Warsaw, at the outskirts of our capital city. We would never want to see that situation repeated again. That is why the Allied presence is crucially important to us today, and it is a very important security guarantee to us. So I'm very pleased that both within NATO as well as today, the President of the United States understands the history of Europe, and he understands the realities in Europe, and that he also understands the situation as it is developing in Europe. So today, this generates peace to my country. It brings security, and thanks to that, Russian, unfortunately very strong ambitions, which have been revived over the last tens of years, I can say, because Georgia was attacked in 2008. Ambitions have been stopped for the time being, at least in this part of the world. I have no doubt whatsoever that this is also a huge merit of the policy of the United States. I'm grateful for that, just like all my compatriots are.
I want to add 2014, which the president, a year where Russia had a good time with the United States. To the best of my knowledge, President Obama and Sleepy Joe Biden, they were in power. This was before us. Hasn't happened with us, and it won't happen with us either. Please go ahead.
Pan redaktor Marcin Wrona, bardzo.
Marcin Wrona.
President, you had to cancel your last trip, your last visit to Poland because of the hurricane. Are you planning a new visit to Poland in the near future? And the second question is on COVID. Is there a chance for Poland to participate in the development and early access, both to the vaccine and to the therapeutics? Panie prezydencie, czy jest szansa na to, że podczas tej współpracy...
Mr. President, is there a chance that during this cooperation with the United States we'll get fast access both to the vaccine as well as to concrete drugs against coronavirus?
And we'd like to do it again as soon as we can. We have an election happening in this country, as you probably have heard, and so I probably won't till after the election, but assuming things go well, the answer is yes, actually. As far as the joining with us on the vaccines, and therapeutics, by the way, because the therapeutics to me, if you gave me therapeutically, maybe I'd like that even very well on both. I think we're coming up with some great answers than anybody would think. But the answer is yes, we will be getting Poland involved, both in terms of helping, but also in terms of taking care of the Polish people once we have the vaccine. But I think we're going to have it very soon. Okay? Thank you.
Panie redaktorze,
Sir, we got involved as a state in the cooperation and also in supporting allies, be it in a symbolic dimension of the United States in the fight against coronavirus. That is why we have here with us today a doctor from Poland. I want to say, yes, of course, I'm working on this obvious assumption that by taking part in the research and also by being, in a certain sense, co-creators of the vaccines and therapeutics, Poles will be able to count on these vaccines and therapeutics to be available for the Poles as soon as possible. So speaking openly, this is also the intent cooperation with the United States of America to make sure things are available to Poles and to other wherever they will be applied as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you very much. John, please.
This afternoon, the bill on reform in the Senate failed to move forward. It may still see the light of day at some point, but at the moment it's stalled in the Senate. As well, you have an executive order that is coming out later on this week regarding monuments or damage to these monuments. Could you tell us what you're planning to do and your reaction to what happened in the Senate?
Well, the Senate Republicans want very much to pass on police reform. We have total cooperation with many different communities, including the police community. They want it very much to happen themselves because there are things that they agree to that they would like to agree to, and they would love to have it agreed to formally. The Democrats don't want to do it because they want to weaken our police immunity. They want to do other things that you know about as well as anybody in this beautiful field that we sit. They want to take away a lot from our police and from law enforcement generally, and we can't live with that. We can't live with that. This is a great bill, strongly endorsed by, as you know, Tim Scott, who's terrific, who is a terrific man, great senator, South Carolina, and wants it to happen. I would like to see it happen, but we won't sacrifice. We won't do that. We won't do anything that's going to hurt our police. The police, you know, we have a record this year on crime, a record positive this year, the best. And you hear about certain places, and you hear about what's going on in Detroit and other, all Democrat run. Every one of them's Democrat run. 20 out of 20, 20 worst, the 20 most dangerous are Democrat run. We have cities in particular, worse than Honduras, worse than Afghanistan, and these are cities within Democrat run, radical left run. You see what's going on. You see what's going on in other places. Seattle, of all places, who would even think that's possible? 20 out of 20. The Democrats want to weaken very soon our police, and frankly, they want to, at least largely. There are some that and abolish our police, if you can believe that, and we're not letting that happen. So, if nothing happens with it, it's one of those things. They want open borders. They want sanctuary cities. We don't. They want open borders. They want sanctuary cities. We don't. As far as your second question, I think that we're going to have a very strong executive order, but we already have very strong. We have the Monuments Act already, which means 10 years in jail. But I think we're going to come out with a very strong executive order, and I should have that by the end of the week, which is fast approaching. We're going to have it very powerful statement. We've arrested numerous people outside of Washington. In addition, the FBI is investigating hundreds of people throughout the country for what they've done to monuments, statues, and even buildings. So we have very strong laws already on the books. I mean, we have a law that's 10 years. It's 10 years. That's a long time to have fun one night. The people that are knocking down these statues don't even have any idea what the statue is, what it means, who it is. They knock down Grant when they want to knock down Grant. But when now they're looking at Jesus Christ, George Washington, they're looking at Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Not as long as I'm here. As far as Democrats, I think they could care less whether or not it happens. And I think we're going to have a very strong executive order, and it'll happen very quickly before the end of the week.
We have an election coming up in November. You have an election coming up on Sunday. Some of your critics, who are politicians here in the United States, have criticized this visit to the White House, saying it is tantamount to election interference because it shows a very close relationship between the United States and Poland and it need it. What do you say to those critics? And Mr. President, feel free to weigh in if you want to.
Szanowny panie, przede wszystkim.
Sir, first of all, let me also on the question that you asked to President Donald Trump. I would like to thank you, Mr. President, because among others, not a long time ago, the monument to General Tadeusz Kościuszko was devastated. That was the national hero of Poland, but also the national hero of the United States, who was fighting for the states. He had great merits. He was also the commander of where he was fighting for the independence of Poland. He suffered heavy wounds in Poland fighting for the independence of our country, and for completely incomprehensible reasons to us, that monument was devastated recently. And thank you so much that it has been renewed so fast, and that made it possible for me to lay flowers at that monument to that great soldier and a great commander. Thank you for that. That was outrageous for a big number of Polish people back in Poland, all of them probably, and for many, many Polish people living here also in the United States. Here in the United States, asked me and told me that they would renew that monument. I know that it has already been renewed by states. No assistance was needed, so I'm very grateful for that. The monument to Tadeusz Kościuszko stands near the White House, and he looks as he should look, which he has deserved for the merits he laid for the United States and for Poland. So thank you very much for that, Mr. President. And answering to your question, 2 months ago, at the very beginning of the pandemic of coronavirus, we had a lengthy conversation with President Donald Trump. The pandemic disrupted the plans of our cooperation, which we had. And back then, we made an arrangement with Mr. President that we would meet as soon as it would be possible. And this has been implemented. And the fact that this arrangement has been put into force is demonstrated by the visit today. I'm very grateful for inviting me here today. And together with Mr. President, we are implementing our presidential duties. The president is always in charge of his national interests, and this is the task of the president. When the president is acting in the international sphere, this is my sense, but I also know that also it is a very strong belief of President Donald Trump. The president is supposed to interest of their country. So Mr. President Trump is of his own country, and I'm realizing the interests of Poland. So we are looking for a win-win situation where both parties are the winners, where both parties are interests as part of the cooperation which we're implementing. This is the way we act. And in this very moment, we are acting on a national level, on the state level. We are just fulfilling our obligations and duties as presidents of our countries, as those who are representing our nations and who want to have as good lives as possible. Thank you very much.
Doing very well in Poland. He's doing a terrific job. The people of Poland think the world of him. And, by the way, Mrs. Duda, who's a terrific woman who we've gotten to know also through our various travels and meetings. But they think the world of him and needs my help. I'm honored that this is a day that's before your election. I'm honored, but he will do very well with or without us. He's going to have a great success, and Poland is going to continue on. They're doing incredibly well as a country. Okay, please.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President. Best regards to Melania,
Thank
to
you.
your wife. Pan redaktor, bardzo proszę, Telewizja Polska.
Good morning, Rafał Stańczyk, Polish television.
I want to ask about timing of that visit. President Andrzej Duda is the first president, the first international guest since the lockdown. And today there was a big military parade in Moscow. Can we combine those two facts? Is it kind of proof that that Poland is an important partner for America? We can rely on America in Poland. Thank you.
Well, I think you can, and we also are working with an arms treaty, which is a very big thing, nuclear arms specifically, but I think I can say, Mike, we're doing very well on that. We're two countries that want to see it happen, and we're working on other things with Russia. We have a very good relationship. We have our ambassador over there right now who'll be attending certain festivities, and that's a good thing. And also, likewise, we're going to be having very important dignitaries at your parade. You're going to be having a very big event soon, and we're going to be, I guess, in August, and we're going to have people representing the United States at a very high level, and that's very important to us also. Please.
Panie redaktor.
Sir, I have this feeling and sense that I'm conducting negotiations in Polish matters here, and a very tough politician, a tough player, I can say, that is President Donald Trump, who is strongly and looking to the interest of his. What I'm doing here is I'm representing Polish interests here, and I'm not parading in Moscow. That is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. We will see you soon. Thank you. Thank you.
20,000 deaths due to coronavirus. We got two on his battery, so.
唔好害人哋啲仔女啦。好心經有乜辛苦？日日打黑色衫，打黑色衫，我仔好心啊！啲心經天生咁樣，日日爭取拗，爭取打交，又破壞香港。打傳媒，打傳媒，打議員，打女仔，打女仔，打四黑警，打爛呢個家園。又唔做嘢，又唔讀書，死黑警點解我嘅唔公義？愛人嘅仔女。我哋全家仔女啦！死黑警，我冇罪㗎，點解要搞？黑警就係我哋仇人，黑警日日鬧事，警破壞香港法例，黑警破壞香港法例，就係我哋仇人，黑警。日日鬧事，黑警破壞香港法例，黑警破壞香港法例，香港法例。